Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this August 8th Planning Commission meeting for Placer County. You would all please stand and join me in the salute of the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic, and one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please, Sue.
Mr. Herzog.
Here.
Mr. Johnson.
Here.
Mr. Nader.
Here.
Mr. Sevison. Here. Mr. Moss.
Here.
Thank you.
Our planning director report.
Good morning, E.J. Avaldi with the Planning Services Division. I do not have anything to report since we just met fairly recently. So unless you have questions, our next meeting is August 22nd here in Auburn, and that's all I have.
Are we expecting another agenda like this one then, or?
Hopefully not this long, but we do have the sustainability plan workshop that will be on that agenda. So,
All right. Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Now would be the time in the meeting for public comment. These would be comments relating to anything that is not on today's agenda. Like if there's a number of people wanting to do this, that you limit your comment time to 3 minutes. We've got a very full agenda today and we'll try to keep things moving. Morning, Jane.
Time for Rancho del Oro came up last time. I missed the whole item. You voted on it and I didn't even know it happened. So will you give me a hands up when
Okay, so that is on the consent agenda unless when I ask the question, you or somebody else asks that that be removed from the consent agenda, it would just be voted on with whatever other items.
and then you can have public
And
comment
then
on
we
it?
can have some public comment on it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Nancy Jo Rixey, and this is the last place I want to be. 2 years ago, my family and I moved to North Auburn. Some issues occurred that I asked the county about. This is what I received in response to a follow-up email I sent. I've got a lady calling me nonstop and need a copy of XYZ's written operational statement and formal written determination made by the county. I had made 2 calls, 2 weeks apart, and sent 1 email and received this response with attachment 6 weeks later. So after waiting for 575 days, that's over almost 2 years, for the county to address this issue, which I was told they were, but only seeing the situation getting worse, in May I started attending Board of Supervisor Commission meetings trying to figure out how decisions are made on projects, ordinances, and other important notifications pertaining to county projects, use permits, growth, and more. I started speaking out about what I have been experiencing and enduring. The last 2 years have been the most frustrating I have ever experienced in my life due to a few short sentences in the Placer County Noise Ordinance written in 2004 and written 90% for pleasure boat, motorboat boat noises at Lake Tahoe. There was to be a review 1 year later made by the task force, which I'm trying to track down. Since 2004, Placer County has grown and continues to grow and change demographics, expanding into our rural areas. Looking at 49, putting in sidewalks to Dry Creek, look at that, okay? I have listened to concerned citizens over the months as they grapple with projects that affect noise, traffic, use permits within their communities they live, which the Commission has advised the Board of Supervisors on. The Planning Commission is very important as it advises the Board of Supervisors in development of this county's community and implementation and changes to its ordinance, zoning, use permits, etc. I'll be really quick. This is a declaration to the current noise. I'm asking the Commission to use their advisory capacity with the Board of Supervisors to get approval to form a task force to review and update the current noise ordinance that meets current and future growth and conditions. This is a declaration from the current noise ordinance. People of Placer County have the right to and should be ensured an environment free from unnecessary, offensive, and excessive sound and vibrations that may jeopardize their health or welfare or safety or degrade the quality of life. These rights have been taken away from me with this current noise ordinance as it reads. I have endured almost 365 straight days of an average of 5 hours, 7 days a week at a decibel level that exceeds Placer County sound level standards by a so-called nonprofit organization that doesn't publish their board of supervisor board or anything. They just happened to file their status right before the 2004 noise ordinance was passed. I've always tried to believe that the people put in the position we elect or appoint by our elected officials look out for their Constitution's health, welfare, and safety, as that is what I was told by my godfather, President Eisenhower, and my father's childhood friend, President Ford. But in this case, mine and the community around me lost the right by a few sentences that you guys approved, and some of you were on the board in 2004. I hate getting up and speaking.
You did well, thank you. Anyone else?
And here is a copy of the noise ordinance.
That would go to there. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public comment and move on to the consent agenda. Is there any member of the commission that has anything they would like removed and discussed separately from the consent agenda? No? Is there any member of the public that?
Yes, I'd like to remove the Rancho del Oro from the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we would be looking on a motion for the consent agenda minus the Rancho del Oro. Have a motion from Commissioner. Motion and a second. Roll call, please, Sue.
I have a motion from Mr. Nader, a second from Mr. Sevison, so a vote from Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison? Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Question on procedure here, EJ, is now the time we would address this, or where in the agenda does this fit now?
Yeah, I would suggest the commission take this item up right now, and we have staff ready to present.
Okay. So if we could do that then, Ally?
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. The item before you this morning is a request for an extension of time for the Rancho del Oro Estates tentative subdivision map and variance. The project site is located just north of Olive Ranch Road in Granite Bay, about a quarter-mile east of Cabot Ranch Road here. The project is an 89-lot, single-family residential subdivision totaling 119.4 acres with 8 open space lots and 1 common area lot. This is the tentative subdivision map that was approved, and in 2015 there was a substantial conformance approved. There was no changes to the number of lots, but there was some slight configurations. The map was originally approved on October 5th, 2010, with an expiration date of 2013. The map was granted 2 automatic extensions from the state per Assembly Bills 208 and 116, which established an expiration date of October 5th, 2017. On October 12th, 2017, your commission approved a 2-year extension of time, which established a new expiration date of October 5th, 2019. The applicants are now requesting a 2-year extension, which would establish a new expiration date of October 5th, 2021. And upon approval of this requested extension, the map would be eligible for one final 2-year extension. The applicant has been diligent in implementing the project. To that end, they have submitted 6 submittals of improvement plans, and they have been working to secure a 404 permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. That effort took 10 years. They obtained that permit last year. Staff is recommending that your commission approve the 2-year extension of time, subject to the findings and conditions contained in the staff report. I'm available if you have any questions, and the applicant is also here as well. Thank you.
Commissioners, questions for Cal? Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant wanting to make any comment?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Marcus Laduca,
3200 Douglas Boulevard on behalf of the property owner and applicant. We'd like to be able to get up after any comments from the public to be able to address any issues, because we agree with the staff presentation and the staff report. But if there are questions that come up during the public comments, we'd like to be able to get back up and address those.
Do that. Now open it up to members of the public who would like to make comments.
Good morning, Jane Nagry, and I am here to request that you do not grant this extension today. This is the third one, and I know you have a ruling that if nothing changes on the existing property or the EIR, then it can be extended and extended 4 times, I think. What it talks about is the circumstances of the property, and I live on Olive Ranch Road right across from the property. There have been numerous existing circumstances that have changed around the property. There have been many projects that at the time were supposed to be developed at one zoning, and the zoning has doubled, tripled, and even increased more. The environmental impact report is no longer current for this project. It was done in 2010, and Granite Bay has exploded since then. The previous traffic mitigation needs to be updated. The 2010 study is out of date. We have several level F intersections that this development will empty out onto Douglas Boulevard. Olive Ranch Road is now used as a cut-through for traffic because Douglas Boulevard is so congested. The speed limit is up to 50 or 60 miles an hour, and it's posted as 35. It's almost a life-threatening situation now getting out of my driveway. This new development, at the time, I think it was going to add 900 car trips a day to Olive Ranch Road. The county did do a study, and they put one of their traffic monitors out there. It worked for about a day, then it died. I called the county. They said the batteries need replacing, and they would come and do it. So we do not have a current traffic study for Olive Ranch Road. When this project was first approved, the community opposed its presence in a rural neighborhood. We're still a rural neighborhood with a very dangerous traffic problem. In good consciousness, I don't see how you can extend this without another environmental ERR. And on behalf of the Granite Bay Community Association, I do have a question for Mr. DeLuca. Can I do that at this time?
Well, go ahead and ask the question, and then he can address it if he chooses when he comes back.
Well, I'll tell you the background. With the
We're
Granite
going to try
Bay,
to hurry up, Jane, though. They forgot to start your timer and
well,
we're
yes,
out,
I'm
but
speaking to people, me
well,
and the Granite Bay Community
Go
Association.
ahead and let's try to get it.
Okay. For the Granite Bay Community Association, we met with Mr. DeLuca and with one of the planning commissioners. He'll remember, I don't remember. And one of our main concerns was no solid wall on Olive Ranch Road. And we agreed to that. We came home back with, water, rocks separating and fencing, wrought iron. Well, last night at our MAC meeting, someone was talking about a solid wall, and none of us knew anything about it. And it talks in here about the frontage shall be limited to 3 feet in height and shall consist of natural materials, decorative rock, stone, with the exception that 6 feet high solid walls are permitted at the rear of lots 24, 25, 33, and 34. That was not in our agreement with Mr. DeLuca, and we were never contacted. It so happens that lot 24 is directly across from my home. So I'm going to be looking at a solid wall. And this was one of the community's biggest contentions about this. So I'd like to know when this occurred and what kind of a wall. I'm hoping it's not, cement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. Mike Garabedian with Placer County Tomorrow. The previous speaker has mentioned some environmental issues and suggests some significant changes of circumstances affecting this project. The findings listed in the staff report say that there are no changes that have occurred in the project that refer to for existing conditions, etc. So the staff hasn't addressed any of the issues here. There's no explanation for that finding about CEQA. In fact, there's no explanation of the other findings here. So I think that the least that should happen here is the staff should answer those concerns and say why they aren't significant. And thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm talking about the staff, not my friend Marcus.
Mr. Leduca?
And for the record, Marcus Leduc on behalf of the applicant. I'll try to take these in order. Ms. Negri referred to the wall requirement. The wall was going to be, at the Board of Supervisors, approve the change to have not a solid wall, but a 3-foot high wall that could have wrought iron on top, but had the exception approved for those 4 lots. That was approved at the board in a public hearing. It was available before that board meeting, and that was coming from the Board of Supervisors as that went forward. Relative to the comments made on other projects have been approved, so the traffic analysis is no longer valid. Every time other projects get approved, you don't go back to every project in an area and have to revisit their environmental document. Projects pay fees, whether it be park fees or school fees or traffic fees, in effect at the time that those projects pull building permits. With regard to traffic, the county periodically updates its capital improvement program to reflect other projects that have been approved, so other mitigation measures and road improvements that are needed, or increased costs of improvements that are already in the CIP. The last time that was done in Granite Bay was 2016 in the spring. I know because I handled the environmental document for that CIP update that increased the fees. You have Condition 84 that has been amended to reflect the higher fees currently in the Granite Bay zone for the roadway CIP in the county. As the county further updates the CIP in Granite Bay to reflect additional projects and additional improvements that are needed, those fees again will be revisited. Typically what happens is you're adding in other improvements or you're reflecting the change in costs in the marketplace. Those fees are adjusted upwards. Not to mention, every year the county does a cost of living increase based upon the consumer cost index for roadway projects that's out there, and adjust that every year so you're keeping pace with increasing costs over a period of years. So in fact, the project, when implemented, will be paying fees for traffic improvements, not to mention parks and schools and everything else, that reflects the most current standards, the most current projects that have been improved on a cumulative basis. That's the way it works, not only in Placer County, but everywhere in the state. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring it back to the commission.
Well, as pointed out, okay, things have changed in Granite Bay, but as projects move through this process, we evaluate the impacts of those projects, even if the other projects have not been obviously constructed. We're looking at what those accumulative impacts as they come along. So again, this project is not, there's no changes to this. At the time it was evaluated for the impacts that it was going to have. So we can certainly have further discussion on it, but I'm ready to make a motion if the rest of the commission.
Let it rip.
Okay. I'd like to move that we approve the 2-year extension of the time request for the Rancho del Oro Estates vested vesting tentative subdivision map and variance. Well, I haven't quite finished yet. PSUB 200700032 backslash PSM 2013018 and reliance on previously certified environmental impact report SC 20080922101 and modified conditions of approval subject to the findings and conditions contained in the staff report.
Second that. Have a motion and a second?
I have a first from Mr. Nader, a second from Mr. Herzog. Vote from Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison? And Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Our 10:05 item. Placer County Conservation Program. Real quick, if we could, how many people are here that would like to speak on this when its time is available? Okay, not seeing a ton of hands, we won't worry about the sign-up sheet. Comments will be timed to 3 minutes. For those of you who don't know, when you see the yellow light go on, you've got 1 minute left to kind of wrap up your thoughts and finish up. Other than that, we do have a court reporter here, so please keep that in mind. If you're getting excited or emotional, don't start talking faster than she can keep up. With that, all yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Greg McKenzie, your Placer County Conservation Program Administrator here at the Community Development Resource Agency for the county. I will just point out I'm joined this morning by a consulting team from ICF International, one of our former senior members of the Cedar team, Lauren Clark, who still works with us on the conservation program. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is here, National Marine Fisheries Service is here, representatives from the Placer County Water Agency. I see 2 council members, one being the mayor from the city of Lincoln. So good turnout this morning for those working on the program collectively. My plan this morning is to give you a brief introduction, background for the comments you will receive on the conservation program. We've been at it for quite some time, 18 years now. We are here finally, so this is a momentous occasion to be in front of the commission to receive comments on the environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. I will turn the presentation over to Mike Thomas from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who would like to address you relative to the differences and similarities for CEQA and NEPA purposes. This is a joint document, so he will speak, and then I will turn it over to ICF Sally Zeff, and she will walk you through background for the environmental document and the comments you will receive, and then I'll wrap up and open it to the commission for questions. We cannot respond to comments as part of this hearing this morning, but we can respond to the questions you may have relative to the plan or perhaps the environmental document or the process. And then we'll ask that you open it up to public comment. We're here this morning to receive oral comments from the public on the environmental impact report itself. So the CEQA guidelines encourage the county to hold public meetings on environmental documents. Not a requirement, but it is encouraged. However, the county's policy does say that the Planning Commission should hold public meetings on all EIRs for projects being reviewed by the commission. This is a county-initiated project along with our partner agencies, which I will speak to in a moment. This meeting is to accept oral comments on the draft environmental impact report. It is not an opportunity to debate the merits of the project. The project will come back to this commission, hopefully in the not too distant future, for its deliberations and recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, ultimately for their consideration and hopefully adoption in the future. So oral comments on the environmental impact statement under the National Environmental Policy Act cannot be accepted this morning. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service only takes comments in writing. However, they are here participating in the meeting because they are very interested in the comments we receive for CEQA purposes as well. So a little background on the conservation program initiated out of the 1994 general plan, which had natural resource conservation policies within that plan. Those policies said Placer Legacy as a program should come forward. It did come forward, as I recall, in 1998 as a program for the county, and then that the county should work towards and ultimately adopt a habitat conservation plan and natural communities conservation plan. And so in 2001, the Placer Legacy, Placer County Conservation Planning Agreement was signed between the county and the agencies at the state and federal level to work on a habitat conservation plan and natural communities conservation plan. Fast forward a little bit, 2005, a notice of intent for the federal purposes, a notice of preparation for CEQA for local scoping was sent out, comments were received, and those are included within the environmental document. And fast forward even further, a notice of availability went to the county clerk, state clearinghouse, U.S. Register, so the Federal Register. After all of that history, 18 years, was published in the Federal Register and locally, state clearinghouse, county clerk on June 21st, 2019. So who is involved in the Placer County Conservation Program? Us here at the county, Placer County, City of Lincoln, Placer County Water Agency, and the South Placer Regional Transportation Authority. Which agencies are involved? Quite a few. So the wildlife agencies, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, NOAA, National Marine Fisheries Service, and then on the regulatory side for waters and wetlands, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the U.S. EPA. So we've been working with all these agencies for all this time to put this program together. And I will note, not only is the agencies, but we've had a process involved going on in the background for all this time, an ad hoc committee with all those agencies, a science advisors committee, which worked on background scientific information reports to pull the conservation strategy together, as well as a biological working group, which included representatives from the development community, land trusts, the environmental community, Sierra Club, Audubon, CNPS, those interest groups as well. So broad outreach and involvement throughout the process. And so what's the area we're talking about? We're looking at western Placer County, roughly from where we are seated here today. Highway 49, it does actually, for Placer County Water Agency purposes, extend a bit to the east, but largely western Placer County, out to the Sutter County line, up to the Yuba, Nevada County line, down to the Sacramento County line. Does not include the cities of Roseville, Rockland, Loomis, or Auburn. They are non-participants in the program. However, our proposal is that our projects and permits that are under the authority of the permittee, so the four of us, the city, the county, PCWA, and SPARTA, South Placer Regional Transportation Authority, again, for any projects we may have in those incorporated cities who are not participating, we have coverage for those projects. If PCWA has water infrastructure, let's say in the town of Loomis, they can utilize the Habitat Conservation Plan and the permits associated with it to cover those projects. So what is a Placer County conservation program? It's a habitat conservation plan for the purposes of the Federal Endangered Species Act. It's a California Natural Communities Conservation Plan for the analogous act at the state level, and it covers fish and wildlife species and their habitat. This program is perhaps more comprehensive than most others around the state in that it also includes what we call affectionately the CARP, or the Western Placer County Aquatic Resources Program, and that's to cover streams, wetlands, and other water resources. So it's a program under which the Corps of Engineers and Regional Water Quality Control Board and others can issue permits to, and such that we comply with as a program here at the county and at the city. And PCWA and Sparta, all those permittees again. In order to collect fees, we have established already actually an in lieu fee program. The Board of Supervisors adopted an interim in lieu fee program earlier this year. Corps of Engineers approved that program. It was signed by the Corps, signed by US EPA, and signed by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. But that is a program that allows fees to be paid, and then those fees translated into conservation and mitigation to mitigate for impacts associated with wetlands and water of the state and waters of the county. What species are we talking about? Very quickly, 2 species of reptiles, 2 amphibians. Red-legged frog only occurs in 1 place in the county that we know of today. Also the yellow-legged frog. 2 fish species. So this is the one multi-species habitat conservation plan right now in the state that does include fish, and NOAA Fisheries is here as an agency, an interested party, and a cooperating agency with us in this plan, which is a very good thing. 4 species of birds, mostly the ones we run into in western Placer County: Swainson's hawk, burrowing owl, tricolored blackbird listed by the state, or the State Endangered Species Act, within the past year or so. California black rail, might not be familiar with that one. It's a fairly reclusive marsh bird, but it does exist in several places in the county. And then the Valley elderberry longhorn beetle and the fairy shrimp and other shrimp that happen to like our vernal pools in western Placer County. So I mentioned the Corps of Engineers under the County Aquatic Resources Program. The Corps of Engineers has included a permitting strategy as well as draft programmatic permits in the environmental document and separately. And so those are programmatic permits that would be issued to the permittees. They are subject to and based upon the County Aquatic Resources Program that we would propose to adopt in the future. They also include streamlined standard permit procedures, which I won't delve too far into because I can get in the weeds really quickly, and we'll keep it at a fairly high level. Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, a programmatic 401 certification. So another aspect of this program. And recently, the State Water Board adopted new dredge and fill procedures, a new definition for wetlands in the state, trying to fill any gaps that may occur at the federal level and jurisdiction for wetlands. And so that was adopted. This would serve as a watershed plan for those purposes. So it checks another box for us relative to all things being the Placer County Conservation Program. So as you know, projects come into the county, the city, they go through a pre-application meeting, an application gets submitted, goes through a process, including CEQA review, ends up in front of this commission in a lot of cases, sometimes ultimately in front of the Board of Supervisors. If that project happens to have a wetland, typically it's triggering the Clean Water Act, the water quality certification. If it happens to be a vernal pool or a stream, typically has Endangered Species Act implications, such that the Corps of Engineers, at the end of the process, after you've approved it, you've included a condition that directs the applicant to go meet the permit requirements of the state and the federal government, including the Corps of Engineers. Corps of Engineers then sends that project off in a consultation if it involves potential species habitat to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and there's that process. And so they go through the wetland permitting process, the endangered species, a Section 7 consultation, they issue a biologic opinion. involves ultimately a lot of these other acts and permits that are required, and sometimes, and maybe in more cases than not, the project that comes back, having been permitted by those agencies, may not be in compliance in terms of how it can potentially be built with what you all approved, and that project goes back through that process again in the status quo. So that can take anywhere from the time you approve it, 3, 5, 7, earlier project I heard 10 years in the permitting process. So our intent here is to streamline that end of the process based upon a conservation strategy that all the agencies have ultimately over the course of time negotiated with us. And we hope to have the commission recommend to the council or to the board of supervisors ultimately that that conservation strategy be put in place through the Placer County Conservation Program, which will provide a consistent set of avoidance, minimization, and mitigation measures and conditions on covered activities that meet all of the state and federal requirements and all our local requirements. So what are covered activities, the activities subject to the conservation program? It's not only development projects, it also includes all of our road projects, our bridge projects, sewer lines, water lines, Placer County Water Agency infrastructure, City of Lincoln Public Works projects, wastewater, and the associated infrastructure necessary to provide services in western Placer County. It also includes the Placer Conservation Authority, which would be a joint power agency ultimately set up to collect the fees and then to put mitigation and conservation onto the landscape in western Placer County. And then we have Placer County Water Agency and SPARTA's activities. So for the streamlining associated with this and a consistent set of avoidance, minimization, mitigation measures, conditions on covered activities, what do you get to counterbalance that? A large landscape conservation strategy that's based upon anticipated growth. The PCP does not dictate what a good project is or a bad project is. That's subject to your discretion and to the Board of Supervisors and the City of Lincoln. It says, hey, here are the areas which we anticipate over the next 50 years that may be subject to additional growth and development, be it rural residential or be it subdivisions in the City of Lincoln or South Placer County. Balance with the green area on the exhibit, which is what we call the reserve acquisition area. And that is simply an area in which we've worked with the agencies to say, hey, these are the areas in which we seek to conserve and mitigate for the effects of development and infrastructure over the next 50 years, but in a more logical way, such that all the red arrows on the exhibit are linkages to existing conserved areas, such as the Doty Preserve just outside of the City of Lincoln, or the Orchard Creek Mitigation Bank. There's roughly 16,000 acres in West Placer that's already in some form of conservation. It's our intent to seek to connect those for species connections, includes our rivers and streams that are home to species, including the 2 listed fish species, to remove barriers to fish migration in Raccoon Creek, in Auburn Ravine, in Dry Creek, and in other places where those fish and species exist. And so ultimately, if all that growth, development, fees, infrastructure comes to pass, a 47,300 acre reserve system at the end of 50 years. Acquiring lands, putting lands into conservation, much as it occurs today, would continue to occur in a free market, willing seller, willing buyer program under either acquisitions, purchasing fee title to properties, or under 2 forms of easements, which we have in the program. Conservation easement in the typical sense of a conservation easement that the state and federal agencies would seek to have it in a form that would be compliant with their requirements, as well as an agricultural easement, which would allow for lands to remain in agriculture and to be continued to be farmed and grazed and proceed in the fashion in which they're currently being managed, but with monitoring and reporting requirements which would be the subject of and required to be paid for through the fee program. So in recent history, where have we been in the past year? Started with the Fish and Game Commission, made our rounds with all the municipal advisory committees in West Placer, Agriculture Commission, your commission on October 17th, the last time I appeared in front of you to say, hey, we're really close. We expect to have the draft environmental impact report, draft environmental impact statement out for your review in the near future. And then various environmental stakeholder groups and public interest groups throughout the county, from realtors, the Auburn Dems Club, to environmental stakeholder groups, a couple of those meetings. Last week, we had our first community workshop last Thursday here in this room. Presentation of the Building Industry Association yesterday morning, a Lincoln City Council workshop last night, here before you this morning, next week, another PCCP community workshop in the city of Lincoln. So making our rounds, making sure we're outreaching to as many folks as we possibly can as part of the review process. So as I mentioned before, public notification went out through the notice of availability to the state clearinghouse listed in the Federal Register, went to all the people who originally commented on the notice of intent, notice of preparation, all parties requesting notice. That was an email distribution list of several thousand people, several thousand emails. Notices went to the municipal advisory committees, state and federal agencies, those that we're not working with already, the tribes, local government and utilities, and other stakeholders in the process. So, open for public review and comment on the draft environmental impact report, draft environmental impact statement starting June 21st, 60-day concurrent public review period for both CEQA and NEPA purposes. That will end on August 20th, 2019 at 5 p.m. Those are the links to the documents. We also distributed print copies, which you all received a copy of, fairly thick set of documents and background documents and studies that also went to the one here at the county available, one at the city, one at PCWA, one at Sparta, and to the libraries within the plan area. So Penryn, Lincoln, Rockland, Granite Bay, Roseville, all of the libraries within the plan area. So I will stop there. With your concurrence, I will turn it over to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, who has a free brief slides, and then they will turn it over to Sally Zeff at ICF.
Good morning, members of the Commission and the public. As Greg said, my name is Mike Thomas. I am the Chief over the Conservation Planning Division in the Sacramento Fish and Wildlife Office. I have been working on this plan for about 10 years, not quite as long as Lauren, maybe, but almost as long as everyone else. My slides are short. Really, I'm here, Greg already talked about the HCP component of this plan, which is really the main involvement that the Fish and Wildlife Service has, but there's a second component. Because we are a federal agency, and I will advance my slide. Because we are a federal agency and we are issuing a permit, we are now subject to the same environmental laws as any other federal agency issuing a permit. So we are subject to the National Environmental Policy Act. That is a similar law to the state California Environmental Quality Act. They're very similar. They have lots of the same components. So we are doing a joint document with the county as the lead, CEQA lead. We are the federal NEPA lead for not only the service, but also the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the EPA, and National Marine Fisheries Service. Our role here in this process, Greg had already mentioned that we issued a joint notice of intent and notice of preparation back in 2005. That, for the service, kicked off the federal NEPA process. We are now in the second stage of that process, which is a 60-day public comment period on a draft HCP, MCCP, and a draft EIS, EIR. At the end of that 60-day process, we, along with the county, will respond to any public comments received of the documents. We will include the public comments in the final EIS, EIR, and that will kick off for the service one last 30-day public inspection period so that the public has an opportunity to see the comments that we received on the documents, how we responded to them, and what changes, if any, were made to any of the documents as a result of that. And at the end of that 30-day public inspection period, the service has what is generally called, not officially this, but a cooling off period. The service cannot make a decision on the permit, whether to issue one or not, for 30 days. So at the end of the comment period, and for the third component, we will have 30 days in which we will have our time to make our decision, and then we will issue the permit or not at the end of that 30-day period. I don't think I'm going to go ahead and flip through the slides, because I think this is probably the most boring part in this presentation for you. And I'm going to turn it over to Sally Zeff from ICF International to give an overview of the joint EIS-EIR.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. I'm Sally Zeff, and I'm with ICF, and we're the county's environmental consultant. We prepared the EIS, EIR under the direction of the county and of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with the cooperation of all the other agencies that Greg told you about. I'm going to briefly run through a summary of this very long document. I realize that it's long and it takes a while to assimilate. It's almost 900 pages long, and I'm going to try to provide you a guide to it. First of all, it has an executive summary. The executive summary is over 40 pages long, but most of that is tables and provides you a layout of what the impacts are of all of the alternatives, what the mitigation measures are that are proposed, there aren't that many of them, and what the resulting level of significance of the impacts are of all of the alternatives. We did a detailed alternative screening to determine the alternatives that were analyzed in this document, and we reduced it down to the no action alternative, which is required. It's like no project under CEQA, and then 3 action alternatives. Alternative 2 is the proposed action, the PCCP as it's being proposed. Alternative 3 reduces take and fill by about 10%, and alternative 4 would be the same as the proposed project, but with a reduced permit term from 50 to 30 years. So the proposed action is just the issuance of incidental take permits by the wildlife agencies and the adoption by the permit applicants of the implementing actions. When the county establishes the JPA and adopts the implementing ordinances and policies, that's the action that this environmental document covers. The environmental document covered this range of environmental impacts. It's not the full range that's described in CEQA. The notice of intent, notice of preparation identified which impacts didn't need to be analyzed because they could not be affected by this project. I'm not going to read through that list, but I just want to show you these 2 slides for the no action alternative, which is what if things keep going the way they are? What if all the covered activities, all the development under the general plans of the county and the city, all of the anticipated projects of SPARTA and PCWA occur? What are the impacts of that? And we use the EIRs of the agencies as a basis for a starting point for determining what those impacts were, and then looked at all of the covered activities. And as you can see, there would be a lot of significant unavoidable impacts because it's a large amount of growth and change that could occur within the plan area over a 50-year period. By comparison, under the action alternatives, all action 2, 3, and 4, They have similar impacts, pretty much the same, but as you can see under biological resources, the impacts would be reduced because that's the purpose of the PCCP, is to address biological resources impacts. Comparing the alternatives, which is required under CEQA to identify an environmentally superior alternative. The project is the environmentally superior alternative, but CEQA says you got to identify another one, and it can't be no action because that's not considered an alternative under CEQA. And so for that purpose, the environmentally superior alternative would be alternative 3, the reduced take, reduced fill alternative. And just to clarify, in case it wasn't obvious, because this is a joint NEPA and CEQA document, all of the alternatives were evaluated at an equal level of analysis. CEQA doesn't require you to do that, but NEPA does. And that's why this document really is so long. There's a lot of repetition. Each of the alternatives are analyzed exactly at the same level and presented in the document. This is a more full description of the no action alternative, which would, as I said, include all of the programs and projects that are anticipated to occur within the planning horizon and the county general plan, capital improvement plans, and all of those things that would happen anyway without the approval of this project. But under the no action alternative, there would be no regional habitat conservation plan. The agencies would not issue incidental take permits. Projects would continue to go through the process individually. And then the action alternatives all would result in adoption of a habitat conservation plan and NCCP as proposed under the PCCP with those small differences. To just talk briefly about what the differences are between the action alternatives. As I said, alternative 2 is the proposed PCCP. Alternative 3 would reduce fill and take by about 10%. This is done by reducing conversion of vernal pool complex in that specific area and other reductions in other habitat communities that are associated with wetlands or waters. Alternative 4, as I said, exactly the same as the proposed PCC, but with a shorter permit term, which does reduce some impacts because we're looking at a shorter permit term. This is a real quick summary of the impacts of all of the alternatives. We had to look at all of the covered activities will continue to occur, so the impacts of the action alternatives are the impacts of the no action alternatives plus whatever would occur because of the implementation of the PCCP or the variance under the alternatives. So under non-biological resources, we would have these impacts: land use and planning, mineral resources, population and housing, recreation, no significant impacts. For agriculture, air quality, cultural resources, hydrology, noise, transportation, there would be significant impacts. Most of those are related to the covered activities that would occur under the no action alternative or any of the action alternatives. For air quality, hydrology, and transportation and circulation, there would be no additional impacts resulting from the proposed action or the action alternatives. For air quality and noise and agriculture, there would be some small additional impacts resulting from implementation of the PCCP or the other action alternatives. For agriculture, it would be largely if there were any acquisitions of Williamson Act lands, that could be a potential impact. For cultural resources, it's really about unknown resources that might be disturbed during restoration or management activities. And for noise and vibration, it might be about potential impacts related to construction equipment while performing restoration or management activities in the preserves. I have a lot of other slides in your presentation that you have that have more detail about the specific topical impacts, but I'm not going to run through all those. They're for your information. They provide you a summary and a guide to the document.
Thank you.
So I will go ahead and fast forward through those additional slides and get to the end of our presentation. So opportunities for public input. Today's Planning Commission hearing for comments on the draft environmental impact report. We are again out for a 60-day joint review period that ends on August 20th. Commenters on the documents will receive response to their comments. That's where we can actually respond to comments. We can't respond to comments in this meeting, but we will in writing as part of the final joint document. And then ultimately, we will come back before the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors, and the permittees, each of their city council and boards of directors of the other permittees will need to hear this item as well. How do you submit comments? You submit them through the Community Development Resource Agency. You can do that via email or in a letter form, standard mail. You can send EIS-specific comments, but you can have those joint comments, EIR purposes as well, sent to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Fish and Wildlife Service, again, only takes comments in writing, not in electronic formats, so there's the information. It's also included in our notice. And so, again, today, please note that oral comments can only be accepted at this Planning Commission meeting for the purposes of CEQA, where we have our court reporter present and available to take those comments. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, and advise that you open the public comment for the public to address the commission on the environmental impact report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How many people are wanting to speak on this? Okay. We will have the timer going. I think most of you know how this works, but 3 minutes, 2 minutes, you'll get a yellow light that'll remind you to kind of wrap your thoughts up and finish up. These comments are on the environmental document only, not on the project itself. And with that, we'll open up for public comment.
Chairman Moss, if I could also say one thing. The staff presentation went over comments on the EIR, and there's been a couple slides on it. I just wanted to clarify that if the commissioners want to comment during this period, they are allowed to as well. This item will come back before the commission for its recommendation to the board, but today, if you choose to comment, you can as well.
Thank you.
My name is Jane Wurst, and my husband Kurt and I are 45-year residents of North Auburn. We are part of the grassroots organization, Protect Rural Placer. The Placer County Conservation Program has many merits, but we do have some concerns. The PCC maps identify the following properties in North Auburn as existing PCC reserves: Hidden Falls Regional Park, the Taylor, Catawmian, Harvigo, and Liberty Ranch preserves. Hidden Falls is a recreational park with 30 miles of multi-use trails and draws large crowds. It has some questionable conservation practices. Raccoon Creek is an identified salmon creek, yet there are horses, dogs, and people in that creek year-round. Animals that are native to the area that are deemed to be a nuisance or a threat to hikers are killed, not trapped and relocated. The well has been dry since a year ago June, which points to the depleting effect of high volume water use on the aquifers. When the Taylor, Catawmian, and Harvigo preserves were purchased, the sellers and the community were led to believe that it was for conservation. We now know that all along they were purchased for recreation and the expansion of the Hidden Falls Park.
Jane,
Here are,
want to touch base, or are we going to tie this in?
this is right now.
Okay.
Here it is for these folks. Here are our concerns if the PCCP aligns with and has their name on these preserves. We will lose our trust in the PCCP as a conservation program. The program's credibility and integrity will be questioned. The PCCP, along with the Parks Department and supervisors, will also be responsible for putting the residents at greater risk of wildfires by allowing thousands of people into an area that is a wildlife-urban interface. The PCCP will be contributing to the dire home and fire insurance crisis Insurance companies know that Hidden Falls will not cover homes near properties with public access. When did conservation groups decide they were in the urban recreation business? When did they decide that catering to the demands of those that feel they are entitled to more trails is more important than the protection and preservation of the environment? Supervisor Wygant did not mention recreation in his editorial about the PCCP a week ago. In fact, he stated that the PCCP will conserve the natural and agricultural heritage that we are so fortunate to enjoy. Can we trust those words that this will remain the mission and actual practice of the PCCP, or will we see urban recreation on their reserves? You can't have it all. The only way to maintain the balance of nature and ensure public safety is through the current practice of docent-led hikes and educational opportunities on the preserves in North Auburn.
Jane, we're out of time.
I have 2 sentences. We hope that the PCCP will make wise and responsible decisions that demonstrate that conservation is their mission, for it is a worthy goal in and of itself. As Placer County residents, if we are supposed to trust the PCCP to oversee conservation on thousands of acres, then we ask that you have the courage to speak up against open public access on the Taylor, Cottamian, and Harvey Goat preserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to make sure that as we make comments here, we are making them on the environmental document and not on the merits of the project itself. That would be coming up at a different time. But right now, it's comments on the environmental document. Thank you.
Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Jean Piette. I have been asked by Leslie Warren of Auburn to read her comments. I will try to get through these as quickly as I can. She has questions. Will the policies, cost formulae, and procedures of the PCCP be universally applied regardless of applicant, owner, public, and private? Is the project able to be administered consistently over 50 years with staff succession? Is a 50-year window sufficient for a project with such a staggering public cost? Why is the project not perpetual? Are the horse, bike, and hiking trails and other associated recreational uses proposed in the Hidden Falls and Trails Master Plan and in and around the Sunset Area Plan consistent with wildlife and habitat goals for the PCCP? She says that I understand that over 61 websites in the Bay Area describe the northeast areas of the PCCP and encourages usage. Over time, this is going to grow, and we are prepared. How will wildlife and habitat be impacted as a result? Should the recreation areas acquired in the county's legacy program be part of the PCCP? I think the intention of PCCP versus legacy acquisitions are different and possibly incompatible. How will the proposed Placer Parkway impact wildlife movement along wildlife corridors in the PCCP? How many strike deaths are predicted? What impact will the Placer Parkway have on hydrologic function and the long-term success of recreated vernal pool and grassland ecosystems? Are there adequate protections in the PCCP to ensure that the plan is beyond the reach of politics? When all agencies are looking in the same direction as they are here, having signed off on the PCCP, we lose the insight and friction. We are neutralized by a group think. Are we at risk of loss of innovation, critical analysis, and failure to act because the checks and balances that make our system strong are not in place when all agencies line up and towing the line behind the PCCP? I will give this to the individual. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Amber Beckler. I live off Benton Acre Road in Granite Bay. Thank you for hearing me out today. I just have a procedural question and a comment regarding the draft EIR. As was stated, it is 900 pages. I've just started to go through it myself. And so my question was, given this has taken 18 years to get to this point, wouldn't it have been a little more useful to have both public workshops first, then hear public comment before the Planning Commission? I personally would have more well-informed oral comments on the draft EIR. Instead, I will submit them in writing. So I just wanted to point that out, that I thought it would been a better opportunity for the public to have both workshops first. But generally speaking, the things I will say, based on what I've read so far, is I like the idea of the ecosystem approach. I think the conservation program makes sense conceptually. I do have some concerns based on what I read in the draft EIR on the alternatives analysis, and it doesn't seem like there was analysis done for feeder corridors in the area that's not for acquisition. And so I just have a lot of questions around the development or projects that are going to be happening in the potential future growth area on the plan versus how those will be acquired in the actual conservation area. And then one of the other concerns that was pointed out is the actual feasibility of acquiring land by private landowners, whether it's through conservation easements or outright purchase. So I'm a little bit concerned about the program overall and the EIR, in the sense of, if you are unable to do that, then you sort of still end up with a patchwork habitat, and it doesn't really achieve the goals of the plan. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public. No, Michael?
Mike Arabedian, Placer County tomorrow. What a shock that you just have 3 people testifying on this. That's not the public's fault. I have 3 brief points to make. First of all, there's an obvious need for more time to respond to this. Secondly, the future growth areas need adjustment and definition in terms of looking at alternatives for these broadly defined areas for the valley and foothills. And secondly, I'm concerned about the agriculture conservation easement content, how it actually is going to be protecting of agriculture as opposed to other values that are also very important. I mean, there's a difference between wildlife easements and so forth. So on more time, we've heard the length of the environmental document. There are many other documents too that are part of this that need to be reviewed. And there have been very few opportunities to look at this. This has been going on for many years. I guess the seed for this 20 years ago. The people who know it best, like who spoke yesterday at the Lincoln Workshop, have known this project and been involved for many years. And I think the public deserves an opportunity to be, digesting this and looking at it as well, not for 20 years, but for. And of course, we don't even know what all of it is. The JPA is still being negotiated or not even available. I'm not sure we know who would be on the governing authority. There's just a lot of unanswered questions yet. So the boundary, the area, the potential growth areas are two very broad categories. Well, the potential growth area, and then there's the valley, and they're two broadly defined. There is not attention to the different environmental, natural history, soil, vegetation definitions that should be defining instead of these giant future development areas. There just has not been the attention towards mapping based on what's there and defining that broad area. So, and I've said a little bit about ag conservation easements, but seriously concerned about that these will be genuine agriculture conservation easements. And that needs to be addressed in the EIR, what they're doing to protect the agricultural and other private land management values.
Thank you. Anyone else? So with that, we will close the public comment portion and
I have some questions,
Okay. We will open-
technical
Sorry.
questions, if you're ready for that. Greg, having spent my early years being raised along Coon Creek, I keep hearing it referenced as Raccoon Creek. Did somebody change the name along the way?
Yes, sir. Approximately a year, maybe 2 years ago, time has a tendency to go very quickly. Here, the USGS made the decision to change the name of Coon Creek to Raccoon Creek.
Because in the EIR, there are still references to Coon Creek as well, so just a little confused what happened there, and there was no official announcement that I saw on that, so that's just a minor item, but just since I have a connection to that, I just wondered. Having waded through a lot of this, have a question as to, I was a little surprised that this comes down to and including not excluding half-acre projects. It goes down to those half-acre projects. And having gone through, I can give you a kind of a live example. A few years back, I split a property that was a little less than 1 acre. And it was in a community that was already developed. So there weren't any impacts to the community really. And so I'm trying to develop what the nexus would be for me to get a benefit out of this program. Because it would have triggered because I was over a half acre on it. Unless there was an exemption, and I couldn't see where there was an exemption, that I would have to pay $25,000 towards this program. And which would be, from my level, what I went through, pretty onerous, unless, again, there's some real benefit for me out of it. So I'm just asking why it went down so low to some of these smaller projects where individuals are going to get caught in this, where there may not be. I fully understand the bigger projects because they have obviously tremendously more impacts that they're making. But on these little smaller projects, let's take another example. Let's say in an estate situation, there's a 40-acre parcel, and the rest of the family wants to split it up to provide it for the rest of the family to maybe take advantage of. And again, if they have 40 acres, let's say, and they want to split it into 4, are they going to get assessed $25,000 per acre to go through that process, or is there again some exemption for that? I just need to understand from a technical standpoint why you went down to that level and what the benefits are for that.
Yes, sir. So I'll keep my response at a fairly high level because we can get way into the weeds pretty quickly. Right. But the conservations, the plan area is split in between the valley, so the valley, vernal pool, grasslands, agricultural activities predominantly, West Placer, west of about the 200-foot elevation line, which is the threshold between basically the valley, vernal pool, grasslands and the foothill blue oak woodlands. So there are different fees associated with, depending upon where you're at. If you're in the foothills, land costs tend to be a little bit less. We're talking about different species, different effects. What's not mentioned in my slide presentation, which makes me think of now, oak woodlands. Those oak trees are a component of this conservation program. So covered activities, we had to find a floor or a ceiling, depending upon your perspective, for how narrow we could go. So there are some limits to the program at the bottom level. So a parcel that's 20,000 square feet or less, not a covered activity. So if you're an existing parcel, 20,000 square feet or less, not covered by this program, if you did have effects on wetlands or species, you would go through the status quo process. There is potentially some ability to come and make an application to the county or the city, depending upon where you're at, to receive coverage. There's also a small exemption for less than 5,000 square feet of land disturbance, because we can only capture so much. But if you happen to have a grading permit, and that grading permit is taking out greater than that 5,000 foot threshold, you would be subject to the plan. So we do have some floors in there, but why not a larger parcel? Well, those larger parcels do have effects, whether you're removing oak trees or vernal pool grasslands. You have the potential, let's say your neighbor has a stream and species that just comes to mind, tricolored blackbird, happens to be foraging on your property. So you could be indirectly affecting that species and subject to permits that in a lot of cases may not get picked up now, but through monitoring and surveys and a better approach to conservation permitting, we would pick those up. So also, if your small project had a wetland and you're subject to the Clean Water Act, you're now subject to the dredge and fill procedures for the state of California, subject to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's 1600 program. This process provides that streamlined approach to permitting for those smaller projects as well as the much larger projects. So there are benefits, and the benefits, are there fees? Yes, there are fees. But for most, when faced with multiple agency permitting regimes and sometimes conflicting requirements to mitigate for projects, and faced with 1, 3, 5, 7, 10 years of process, potentially litigation at the back end, this conservation program provides that mechanism to provide those avoidance, minimization, mitigation measures to take that time value of money, and that is really the benefit to the program for something small.
Well, again, going back to my example of splitting that property that was just about an acre, I didn't have any environmental issues. So I'm just asking, is there a mechanism in here for exemptions? If there's a determination that there aren't any issues, or am I just going to have to write a check for $25,000 regardless?
So the majority, be it in the foothills of the Valley of Vernal Pool grassland complexes, whether or not as we as the general plan public know that there are resources out there, there are, unfortunately, most projects in West Placer do have some effect, whether it's to oak woodlands, maybe not the individual tree itself, but by removing the grasslands around the oak trees, you are having an effect. Fragmentation of blue oak woodlands is an effect whether or not you're impacting that tree itself. Same grasslands, wetlands, vernal pools, streams, things are connected, and
You're not exactly answering my question, but I'm guessing I'm going to have to write a check regardless. And so that's what I just wanted to determine, because those are implications to me, obviously, and to anybody who's in that kind of situation where maybe they're not having an environmental impact, but they're still going to have to write the check. And my question too, on the 40 acres, maybe, as you get bigger on acreage, you're certainly opening yourself to potential environmental impacts. But is it, just so I understand, because I was trying to figure out, that was a rather long page of fees and formulas based on that. So I was trying to understand that. If they were splitting it into 4 different parcels, would they have to pay $25,000 per acre to get into that program? Because that'd be like $1 million for them to split that property and to be under the PCCP.
depends upon the project and where you're located. Foothill fees being much less than the $25,000 if you happen to be in the valley affecting vernal pool grasslands due to costs associated with the land itself, how you conserve and mitigate for that land. Vernal pools themselves, very expensive to go acquire, to conserve and protect and maintain and monitor. So yes, there are differences in the fees. So we would have to look at the individual project and see at that level, at a project level, what are your effects? What are you impacting? How much grading are you doing? So it largely follows the existing process for review under CEQA and projects that come forward to you, but it does normalize those fees. So it depends on the project and size of the parcels. Perhaps as we come forward to the commission, we could run you through some fee scenarios that would definitely be helpful. To speak to the generalities of one, it would be difficult at this level.
Yeah, I'm just concerned again about the smaller and what the implications are. I'm just trying to grasp that, and because I think it could really have implications to just individuals. I mean, typically we're talking about developers' projects that come before us, which are much more complex. But if this could be an impediment to people who are just doing something for their own individual needs, and it could make it unfeasible for them to do that. I'm just trying to understand.
And there's actually an aside I will mention because I didn't mention it before, but for projects which have already been through those processes, already have permits, not subject to the program. So if a project comes forward and has 50 half-acre parcels. Those parcels were built and mitigated for and subject to all those permits and processes, the state and federal agencies. There is one way out. If you already have your permits and requirements met, you're
Unless you're changing it, like splitting, like I did, then you open yourself to that. Okay, thank you, Greg.
Yeah, I'm going to go at a much more naive level in the detail that we were just discussing. And so, as I understand it, the Placer County has to approve this first, and then the Fish and Wildlife Service will do their work, or?
Yes, so the process from here would be, we'll finalize the environmental impact report, environmental impact statement process by collecting comments, responding to those comments. It would then come as a project with the environmental documents back to this commission. Ultimately, Board of Supervisors would have to adopt. They would have to adopt an implementing ordinance. They would have to approve the execution of an implementing agreement. Once they've approved that, at that time, the agencies that are signatory to this, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, National Marine Fisheries Service, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, those wildlife agencies would then be able to finalize their process and issue incidental take permits for the program. So we have a bit of process to go.
Okay, good, thank you. And then we were using in the alternatives the discussion of take and fill. And so I can kind of guess what those mean, but what do they really mean?
Okay, I'll take a stab at this, and if Sally wants to follow up, she can, and correct me where I've gone awry. But so take under the Federal Endangered Species Act and the analogous act here at the state, and they're a little bit different, but to harass, harm, actually kill species, that is take. So even if you're indirectly affecting species in their habitat, that is and falls under those take definitions. That's why we were seeking an incidental take permit. So that's on the species side. On the wetland side, so U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, state of California, and others regulate the fill of wetlands and waters of the U.S. and waters of the state. So that is a fill triggering requirements under the Clean Water Act, and now the state's procedures.
Good, thank you. And then maybe the area that, I'm looking at a map that shows green and yellow, which is up on the, you've showed me the same map. I have it right here, I'm looking at it. But at any rate, one of the kind of puzzling thing that comes up for the naive way of my thinking is the effect on zoning. And, all the community plans have zoned land both in the yellow and the green areas. And so what's the effect on the zoning?
So the conservation program does not propose to change general plan designations or zoning designations. That comes through other mechanisms that you all have and make recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. So for instance, the reserve acquisition area, that large green area, that would remain the same. So uses allowable under agricultural residential zoning today would still be allowable in the future. However, if a piece of property that was ag res then went forward and sought a rezone, general plan amendment, it would be subject to the conservation program. It may or may not be compatible with the conservation program, but the program itself does not seek to change zoning or general plan designation.
Okay, and so that's in the reserve areas. In the non-reserve areas, or the areas that are subject to development, what happens there?
Those remain as they do today as proposed under the conservation program, so we're not seeking to change anything in the future growth area either.
And so I think what you were talking about here is subdividing, say, I don't know if you're talking about in the green area or the yellow area, but in the yellow area, if you have sensitive resources, you still have to address them, right?
Yes. That future growth area is principally where we expect to see growth and development and changes in general plan and zoning. And yes, throughout Western Placer County, as we were discussing previously, there are resources, sometimes unbeknownst to those who have those resources on those properties, that are subject to all of these acts: Federal, State Endangered Species Act, Clean Water Act, 404 permits, 401 certifications, the whole slew of state and federal permits that are required beyond what the county already has for its zoning and general plan designations.
And so this
requirements.
would be administered by the county now, is what you're saying?
So the county and the city would maintain their land use jurisdiction. We're not seeking to change that. That was the direction from our ad hoc committee, comprised of 2 board members, 2 Lincoln council members, 2 members from staff and the boards of PCWA and Sparta. So they maintain all of their jurisdiction today. What the Joint Power Agency ultimately would take on is the responsibility to take those fees that are collected by the city and the county, and then to go take care of the conservation actions with those fees. So mitigation, conservation, building a reserve system, all of the monitoring, reporting through that system.
So this joint powers group would, in effect, deal with both the yellow and the green area. Is that correct?
Largely focused on the green being the reserve system, the reserve acquisition area. City and the county mostly, to meet the requirements of the city and the county for zoning and CEQA and all of our ordinances. That's remains with the city and the county. If there are resources that require permits, wetlands, endangered species, city and county impose through their conditions on projects, the avoidance, minimization, mitigation measures, conditions on covered activities. So instead of in the future seeing a condition on a project that comes forward to you, it would, instead of saying, go talk to, insert your applicable agency, Corps of Engineers, CDFW, it would say, hey, here are a list of all of the conditions on covered activities that are required to be met for this project. Here's how you mitigate, here's how you pay fees, here are the surveys that are required. So that being the principal difference.
Okay. So that does a good job of explaining it to me. Thank you. Maybe one final question is, the way it's described in the yellow is a potential future growth area. And so I'm assuming at the county level, that doesn't mean that that's a free pass for rezoning properties. Is that correct?
That's correct. So basically that future reserve area, future growth area, making sure I get my definitions correct here. The future growth area is the area which we anticipate growth and development and infrastructure to occur over the next 50 years, the term of the permits. It's also the area where we've already seen rural residential growth, subdivisions, so those things are already occurring and will continue to occur most likely in that future growth area as a function of county general plan, projects that come forward that are compliant with general plan and zoning. Yes.
Well, I guess one of the things that comes up in my mind is now you take a lot of the foothill area around Auburn, around this area, and you look at it, it's majority of it is either 5 or 10 acres, some of it's less than that. And that's, most of it's developed to the level of the current zoning. And so at any rate, I guess the reason I asked the question is just so it's clear that that doesn't really give a free pass for reducing those 10-acre parcels or 5-acre parcels down to a level that you can do a 4x4 development on. So it might be a little bit of a misnomer that a lot of this area is a future growth area, is the way I'm interpreting it.
Still subject to general plan, zoning requirements, subdivision map, act, all of the things that you see today, still subject to all those requirements. At the back end of that process, when you all approve a project that has that condition in it that says, hey, we recognize it has oak woodlands, here is a conservation strategy and avoidance minimization measures, it has a wetland, here is how you comply with the conditions on covered activities versus hunting, if you will, today to the state and federal agencies. That now gives the county, the city, a little bit more local control to control their destiny. Because as I mentioned in my presentation originally, sometimes what you get back in today's environment, as changes the project from, let's just say, the Corps of Engineers says, no, we don't like how you avoided and mitigated under the proposed project. We would like you to do something different. That project typically ends up back in front of this commission, back in front of the Board of Supervisors as it's called a specific plan amendment to make those revisions such that project can ultimately be built. That's why the development community sees the benefits of it. I think the environmental community sees the benefits of it as well.
Okay. Well, thank you. That clarifies it for me. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? All right, this time really seeing none, we will close the comments and that's it, move on. Do we want to take a 5-minute break before we go on to the 11:30 item? Let's take 5. Yeah, we'll be back at 11:35. Out drastically here. All right, if we're already here, we will continue with the 11:30 item, the Double S Ranch subdivision. Alex?
Wonderful. Good morning, Chairman Moss, members of the commission. My name is Alex Fish. I'm a supervising planner with the Planning Services Division, and the project before the commission now is the Double S Ranch project, which requests approval of a vesting tentative map and conditional use permit for a 36-lot planned residential development. The commission is also being asked to adopt the mitigated negative declaration that was prepared for the project, which is included in your report packet. So the project site is located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Vineyard Road and Cookriolo Road in the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan area. It's approximately 1/2 mile south of the city of Roseville and Baseline Road, which is up to the north here. It is designated as rural low-density residential, 1 to 2.3 acre minimum in the community plan, and the site zoning is residential single-family combining agriculture with a minimum building site of 40,000 square feet and a planned residential development of 1 unit per acre. The community surrounding the project area, as you can see, is largely made up of rural residential parcels. There's also the Creekview Ranch Middle School to the south here. We have a grazing agricultural use to the east. And then surrounding the project area, we have other planned residential developments, including Morgan Ranch, which you can see here. This is Riolo Greens to the south. Winding Creek, which is not yet developed, is here. And then Cabral Ranch, which is not technically a PD, but it's a 12-lot subdivision of approximately 1 acre parcels, is located immediately west of the project. So this is just an aerial view of the site so that you can see it a little bit better with the parcel layer removed. As you see right now, it's essentially vacant grazing land that has been its historic use, along with past other more intensive agricultural uses that included some nut crops. And again, this is the Cabral Ranch project over here and the Creekview Ranch project to the south. Seen here is a tentative map. As I mentioned, the project is proposed as a 36-lot planned residential development. It is on a 37.25 acre project site and would include a 2.14 acre remainder parcel. That parcel is not included in the unit count because it does not include development rights as part of this action. Essentially, this lot has some facilities that go with this existing off-site residence to the north, and the remainder lot would be granted to that property owner who is a relative of the project proponent, and they would continue to operate the site much as they have over the past several decades as a single-family residential rural large lot estate type of a use. I should also mention, if the project is approved, there are 2 minor boundary line adjustments with the another adjoining owner to the north, Novak. Novak is a participant in this application. He agreed to the processing of the tentative map. If the tentative map is approved prior to the recordation of the final map, there would be a minor boundary line adjustment application that the county would process for that. So this is just the tentative map with an aerial underlay, and it has some of the details removed so that we can see some of the major facilities a little bit better. The project would include a single point of entry here off of Vineyard Road. There is also a secondary emergency vehicle access out to Cucuriello Road at the southwest corner of the project. That's a restricted use access, gated and locked and only available during emergency uses. There is also a gated entry that is incorporated into this entry here for the roadway. There is a pedestrian gate as well over this pathway, and that pedestrian gate would be open from dawn to dusk. The on-site subdivision roadway would be constructed to a modified Plate 104 standard. That consists of a 28-foot roadway section within a 32-foot roadway easement. It would have open drainage swales on both sides, and a detached sidewalk would be located on the outside loop of the roadway. Project lots would range in size from about 0.47 to 3/4 of an acre in size, and all of the lots would meet or exceed that rural low-density residential minimum lot size that's established in the community plan specifically for planned residential developments of 20,000 square feet. I think the smallest lot is about 20,300, and then they go up to around 33,000 from there. Wet and dry utilities would be extended throughout the project site. There are existing connection points out in the roadways here for both sewer and water. There would be a looped water system with fire hydrants that would extend throughout the site. That system is designed to support maximum day demand plus fire flow in accordance with the public resource code requirements and fire code CBC. There are also 2 stormwater detention basins located here and here, and all of the project stormwater drainage would drain to those basins. They would be treated in the roadside swales along here and then be conveyed to the basins for peak volumetric mitigation during 100-year storm events, and so it would take care of that peak flow. There are 12 lettered lots incorporated into the project, comprising about 14.3 acres. And those are for things we would expect, the open space lots along the project frontage, the open space buffer lots that are incorporated into the rest of the project, resource conservation areas, the detention basins, roadways, things of that nature. This is a landscape plan, and the developer may touch on this a little bit more, landscape concepts. As I mentioned, the project has historically been used for agricultural use, and the property has been in the same family for over 150 years. I think it dates back to the 1860s. And so they are thematically kind of designing the subdivision to incorporate some rural characteristics into the planned residential development. And that includes some extensive landscaping throughout the subdivision. Notably, there are 40-foot wide open space lots along the entire project buffer with Vineyard Road and Cucuriello Road. Included would be, in addition to the landscape, a 4-foot earthen berm for noise mitigation. That berm would have a view fence on top of it, 6-foot tall view fence. And then, of course, there are open space buffers with a passive recreation use around the site that has a on-site trail for project residents. And that links into this looped sidewalk around the project roadway, and of course, leads to the on-site park, which is about a ½ acre in size and would include benches, picnic facilities, maybe a small garden area, and a tot lot. Those facilities will be further defined when the final map comes forward and the project is proposed to be carried out. Shown here is a little bit more detail on the Vineyard Road frontage improvements. Notably, all of the frontage improvements for the project are shifted to the south, so there's no encroachment to any of these off-site residences to the north. That was a design modification that the developer incorporated based on some feedback that was received early on. I'll touch on that a little bit more later. But they're dedicating full right-of-way that would allow for eventual future widening to incorporate a center-left turn lane into the project when the traffic levels warrant that improvement. But at the outset, they would construct, obviously, the project encroachment and acceleration and deceleration tapers to gain access in both directions. Let's see. So to touch on some of the aspects, I want to back up here real quick, of how this project achieves compliance with the community plan. As you know, the Dry Creek Community Plan is historically an agricultural community. It's developed with largely rural home sites, and back in 1990, the county put that current community plan in place, which identified areas for growth. And one of the primary mechanisms to carry that out is through the planned residential development ordinance of the county zoning ordinance. And so in addition to these buffering mechanisms that the project has incorporated, I also wanted to mention the homes along the roadways here. The project proponent has proposed to limit 50% of those homes to no more than a single story in height. They've also incorporated more extensive setbacks than would be required by the ordinance. And again, that's a mechanism to incorporate the rural, semi-informal theme that they are looking to establish for this subdivision, so that the houses don't appear overly crowded and they have adequate space between them. Overall, the project site incorporates 28% open space, which exceeds the 20% minimum requirement that is required by the PD ordinance. So jumping back here to the Vineyard Road frontage improvements, one other thing I should mention, there is a 6-foot wide public use decomposed granite pathway that is incorporated into the project, and that connects over here to a Class 1 facility that the county recently constructed along Cucuriolo Road. Obviously, it also connects into the project and then connects to the sidewalk through the project, as well as the trail system that's incorporated into the project.
Alex, I had a question on the sidewalk on that last. Now, those are DG on the outer part.
Correct, that's a
the trail
pathway.
system.
Mm-hmm.
But on the internal part there, is that concrete?
I have another slide, and we'll get to that in just a moment here. I think actually right here, perfect. So part of the Plate 104 Urban Minor Roadway Standard, it has a requirement for sidewalks on both sides of the street. The county sometimes determines that based on the scope of the subdivision, its overall size, that maybe the two sidewalks are not required, and we thought that the two sidewalks would probably be overkill in this case, given the 36-unit development proposal. County staff asked the developer to incorporate a 5-foot wide sidewalk on the outside loop of the internal street, as well as the north side of the one street that goes east-west. And they did that. That's shown in the tentative map. That's where this cross-section graphic comes from. They are proposing to instead allow for a 4-foot wide, compacted, soil-stabilized, decomposed granite pathway. And in their view, that is more consistent with the somewhat informal rural character that they're trying to achieve. And so I'm sure they're probably going to touch on that when they have their opportunity to speak. I did include some information in the report about that. But Mr. Nader, do you have more questions about that? What the conditions of approval specify a 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, so as I mentioned, the county did prepare a mitigated negative declaration for this project. It was circulated for its 30-day public review period. From June 14th to July 15th of this year, Overall, the impacts of the project are modest, and they're all characterized in the mitigated negative declaration, which identified effective and feasible mitigation measures for all project impacts, and those are now incorporated into the conditions of approval that are part of your packet. We did receive 3 letters or pieces of correspondence during that public review period, one of which was from Mr. Daniel Fonseca. He's the Tribal Cultural Resources Director of the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And he just notified us that they're not aware of any tribal cultural resources that are located on the project site, requested copies of the reports that were prepared. We provided those to him. So there's no new issues that have to be addressed in the mitigated negative declaration, which again does not identify any tribal cultural resources. We also consulted with the United Auburn Indian Community on this project, and they reached basically the same conclusion, though they did ask for incorporation of 2 mitigation measures, and those were included. We also received an email correspondence, which was pretty extensive, maybe about 4 pages long, from 4 property owners that are nearby to the project. I don't think any of them actually live directly adjacent to the project. And it touched on a number of issues, and generally they weren't really specific to the project because a lot of the issues were also identified other cohort projects in the vicinity that were called out for the same issues, and it's really an overall objection to the continued somewhat urbanization, as they see it, of the Dry Creek Community Plan area. We would call it, I think, maybe suburban. And that's obviously, that's something that staff takes into account when we're evaluating a project against the goals and policies of the community plan. We feel that all of the issues that were raised in that letter have been addressed in the mitigated negative declaration and in the staff report, and there's nothing new to respond to. There was also a letter from the city of Roseville, and I'll just touch on it in brief, and maybe if there's some questions about it in your deliberations, I'll get more into it. But basically, the letter asserted that the project has a potential impact, a disproportionate impact on the level of service for City of Roseville based on those mutual aid requirements that those agencies have to, if one agency is called out to an event and they're busy, then the other agency covers for them. And so that's the same statewide. And so they purported a number of things and made a comparison to the recently approved Alpine Sierra subdivision project up in the Alpine Meadows area. And in staff's opinion, looking at these things, we did reach out to the Roseville, or rather the serving fire agency, the Dry Creek Fire Department. The comparisons are not really valid. The project has incorporated all of the PRC 4290, 4291 requirements for meeting structural fire suppression, access requirements, compliance with building code, minimum fire flow requirements, and we just didn't think those points were valid. So we didn't see anything there to address. This project was presented to the Dry Creek West Placer MAC twice, once as an information item, more recently as an action item in June. At the first presentation of the project to the MAC in, I think it was January 2018, at that time, the project was proposed to include 47 lots as opposed to the 36 you all are considering now. And the MAC and persons in attendance raised a number of objections to the project, including the density of the project. At that time, some of the road widening was also going to occur on the north side of Vineyard Road to accommodate the project access. There were some concerns about left turn, safety impacts from left turns into the project, inconsistencies with the community plan because some of the lot sizes were less than 20,000 square feet. So following that MAC meeting, staff worked with the applicant. They ultimately revised their project to 36 lots. In our view, everything that they've done conforms to the zoning ordinance and community plan requirements. When we recently went back to the MAC, that was also the MAC's finding, and they were very pleased about the changes to the project. They were very complimentary. They ultimately, on a vote of 4-0, recommended that your commission approve the project. So with that, staff is recommending that your commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring reporting program in accordance with the findings in staff's report, approve the vesting tentative map for this 36 lot planned residential development subdivision, also in accordance with the findings in staff's report. And lastly, approve the conditional use permit and all conditions of approval for the PD in accordance with findings in staff's report. I will note, we discovered just yesterday afternoon, condition of approval 47 has a very small typographical error on the zone of benefit for parks and trails. It cites zone of benefit 165 for fire services and then again 165 for parks and trails. That should be 169. We have an errata slide for that. And before I conclude, I did want to introduce the project applicant and the proponents we have here. Dave Cook, Cook Development Services, is the applicant representative. We also have Fritz Harrisglade, also on the applicant team. Sean Summers with RFE Engineering. I should mention Fritz is related to the family that owns the property, as well as Carl Sawtell and his wife Chris Sawtell, who are. Oh, excuse me. Oh, my apologies. I got botched that. But at any rate, we have representatives from the family here, and they are also available for comment and may have some information they want to offer to you folks.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. See, I drove by it on Cookriolo Road, and there's no activity that's going to happen on that road, it looks like. But I was a little puzzled by you say there's a Class 1 trail that the county just completed?
Correct.
But, I can remember seeing it about halfway through the property to the north, but does it go all the way down to the school?
Goes all the way down to the school and up to Baseline Road.
Okay.
And that was just constructed within the last year.
All right. That ends my puzzlement. Thank you.
Any
You're
other
welcome.
questions? Thank you.
It's a fair point, Fritz. I'll let you maybe cover that when you come up, if you have some comments to offer. Okay. Great.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Dave Cook here on behalf of the Sawtell family. It's not often we get sort of a straightforward project that's not too controversial and meets the intent and spirit of the community plan. So that's kind of fun, but we've got to find something, right, to fine tune this. Half a step back, Alex mentioned this family's had this property since the mid-1800s. This is one of their last holdings, and when they made the decision to liquidate this asset, rather than enlist a broker and put a sign on it and just see what they could get in terms of highest and best offer, they really wanted to make certain that they had control over what this would look like. And it's not often that we see this. Most folks would run away from going down that path, so to speak. But we undertook an effort to really create a legacy project here and control as much of what this is going to look like so that it's really just a builder coming in and designing and building the product to fit within the confines or the parameters that we've defined. And in that regard, as Alex touched on with the landscaping, the desire is to keep it rural and to play off the heritage of the site and the family in this area. And it's been a bit of a challenge because there's always that balance of maintaining the rural, but also providing safety features and other elements that typically fall more in the engineering side. We battled over the sidewalk. Our feeling was that private streets, narrow streets, only 36 lots, the trail system both on the west and north perimeter as well as internally on the east and south really meant there didn't need to be a sidewalk. But in the spirit of cooperation, we finally reached an agreement that on the outside of the loop, we would do a walk. As Alex indicated, we would prefer to at least have the option to make that decomposed granite as opposed to concrete. We do think that concrete is in conflict with the look and the character that we're trying to accomplish here. And we're fine with language that has been prepared in an errata, which would give the ultimate developer that option. We don't want to box it in. I'd love to throw in that we'd also like the option that it be eliminated, but I think we're too far down, no pun intended, that path to introduce that change. The other item that I think we want to touch on has to do with some lights that were proposed, although they're referred to indirectly or sort of obliquely in the mitigated neg deck in the initial study. The condition currently calls out lights at both the project entry here as well as at the northwest corner, which would be the southeast corner of Cook Riolo and Vineyard Roads. And although in conversations with staff, we understand the rationale and the desire, our concern is that it would appear that those are in direct contradiction to the goals and policies of the community plan. We don't think that a light there, and when I'm talking about a light, I'm speaking in terms of a Cobra head, not a signal. But we don't think that that helps retain the rural environment. And in the community plan, both in the introduction and throughout a community design element, this is all about trying to maintain as much of that rural character as possible. And that's always a challenge. Night lighting is specifically referred to as something that should be avoided if possible. And even in the more recent circulation element update, adopted, as I recall, in 2012, one of the number one policy, design of any new road or major change within the community plan shall assure that the scenic and rural qualities of the area shall be maintained. Policy 7, street lighting, and it includes traffic signals and signage, shall be kept to a minimum. So the community plan is replete with references here to try to minimize those sorts of things that we might see in a more urban setting. But having said that, if staff believes and if this commission believes that it's critical to have a light at either the intersection and or the entry, then we'll acquiesce to that. But we really believe, based on what the community plan says, that there really isn't that strong an argument for either a light at the entry, given that we'll have some architectural uplighting. It'll be a fairly apparent location for access. And we also don't feel that it's necessary at that corner. Perhaps the best thing to do would be let staff respond to that. And again, if it's the will of the commission to include either one of those, then we can live with that. Aside from that, and I think Alex did a great job of laying out how this meets the goals and the policies of the community plan. We do think that we've done a good job, in spite of some compromises and some missteps along the way, of creating a future neighborhood here that's really going to blend in well and be an iconic and highly regarded neighborhood for the future. And with that, we would ask for your support. And the only thing that I would say is we need to make certain that your action includes incorporating any modifications to the conditions as necessary to address either the sidewalk and or those lights. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, happy to hand that back over to staff.
Question?
Well, that kind of brings up a question for Alex. You mentioned the errata, and Dave mentioned it as well, that referenced some changes. Did we get an errata? I know you were just last night identifying some things.
The staff is not proposing the changes other than the one that I noted in my presentation, and that's why the errata is not included in your staff report. However, we do have errata slides prepared to address these issues that were raised in the event that the commission wishes to grant the changes that the applicant requested, and so I do have slides prepared for that.
So that the red, is that give the flexibility that Dave referred to?
Correct. It's effectively, there are two conditions that would be modified to address the on-site sidewalk, and they identify either improvement as acceptable, is the way we've structured it, so that the ultimate developer, which likely will not be this applicant, maybe somebody else, will have the option to choose a 5-foot concrete sidewalk or the 4-foot decomposed granite sidewalk.
Thank you, Alex. Phil, I have a question on what Dave brought up as far as the lighting. On that corner, is that, what's going on there? Is it a 4-way stop, or I'm assuming there's some kind of stop there?
Correct, it is a 4-way stop. And I'll just kind of explain how we come to criteria of identifying where streetlights might be required. When we review projects, we use the street improvement ordinance to determine the frontage improvements along the roads that the projects front. With that requirement of those street improvements, we want to construct those improvements as kind of complete streets on their half of the road. That includes the pavement, that includes the drainage along the road, under the road. It would include any lighting, it would include any pedestrian facilities. So those are the types of improvements that would go into those frontage improvements. We then use our land development manual to identify the locations of where a streetlight might be appropriate. For example, for a parcel map, a 4-lot split, we might not require a streetlight at the encroachment. The land development manual identifies that projects that produce an average daily traffic of 350 vehicles per day, encroaching onto a street that has a 35-mile-an-hour design speed or higher should have a streetlight. This project meets that criteria. The design speed for Vineyard Road is 45 miles an hour, and they generate approximately 350 average daily traffic volumes. So that would take care of the intersection of the on-site road at Vineyard. And then at the intersection of Cucuriolo and Vineyard, there's another criteria that says where the cumulative volume of both streets equals 8,000 ADT at community plan build-out or more, you should have a streetlight. The community plan volumes for that intersection range anywhere from 22,000 to 33,000 ADT. And so we would generally require a streetlight at that location. In addition to that location, as was mentioned, we just recently constructed a Class 1 pedestrian facility that runs from the school all the way to Baseline Road. So that would provide some additional safety enhancements of that facility. And as far as fitting in with the community, I did take a look at kind of the area between Willarga Road to the west, Baseline Road to the north, City of Roseville to the east, and Sacramento County. And there were approximately 9 new development projects that have come in that area. And at the project encroachments onto those intersections, we have streetlights at those intersections. There was only one that I found that was a corner development, such as this, where there might have been another intersection rather than the project access. And that project also constructed a streetlight at that intersection. So that's kind of how we came up with those requirements.
I guess I can understand the necessity to have it, especially if you're going to have a higher traffic volume, to have lighting at an intersection. But if there's going to be sufficient lighting for the entrance to this, and it's gated, right? Right, and that it's gated, if there's sufficient lighting, is it really necessary to have overhead lighting like that? I mean, is that really that critical?
Well, yeah, so I think the overhead lighting provides more lighting onto the streets and the intersections, while whatever lighting that they may be proposing for their entry feature would be, I think it was mentioned, like uplighting on the signage for whatever the name of the development is. So I think it's a different type of lighting.
Right, but I just was trying to picture it, whether it was kind of an overkill for light in that particular area. Again, I'm not disputing the corner issue, just the entrance, because it kind of sets it off completely differently, or has the potential to do that. Thank you, Phil.
I think, the lighting issue is, I think, being so close to a school and imagining, children walking back and forth and safety at that corner, coming around a corner, to me, that's a big deal. And would hope that would be the priority, is that safety for people involved at the school. So I see that as important.
I have a question, Alex or whoever could tell me this. Why, if the sidewalk is going to convert from concrete to DG, why does the concrete sidewalk need to be a foot wider than the DG sidewalk?
Well, it's a fair question. I think the answer really just comes down to that the county has design plates for subdivision roadways, and it's based on, size of lots and how large the subdivision is, and that's the design detail that the county has settled on. And so they had proposed a smaller sidewalk, but the county standard is a 5 foot.
I mean,
And we had asked them.
In my simple mind, if we want a chance of a concrete sidewalk actually ever being built by the end user, giving that they might possibly have a choice, if that concrete sidewalk has to be a foot wider than the DG, it's just that the choice is going to be too obvious. It's going to be a DG sidewalk.
Maybe. I think ultimately it's going to depend on the preferences of the developer that implements the project. And if you look at the cohort projects in the area surrounding the site, they all include 5 foot sidewalks. And, that may be something that the particular developer thinks is important, or they may think that they want to set their project off as different and they have the option to implement the 4 foot compact decomposed granite sidewalk.
You raise a great point. One of these things where I'm not sure what's going to make a difference. I'm inclined to modify this condition to say either a 4 foot or 4 foot DG path.
So,
at the end of the day, I'm not going to make it.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. I think you heard my comment that at the end of the day, I'm not sure 4 versus 5 feet is going to make a difference, although I appreciate the observation and the question there. I think we can live with the condition, the way that it's written, at least as it relates to the walkway. Our preference early on was it shouldn't be required or necessary at all. My personal preference and priority, and I think the same with the ownership, is that once you start to include that level of formality, if you will, it really changes the character of what we're trying to accomplish with that neighborhood. But it's pick our battles. We're not going to build this. My client's not going to build this. So let's not, fight over something that the future builder or developer may feel is an important element to the neighborhood. So we're fine with the errata language proposed and shown here. As it relates to the light, Mr. Herzog raises a good point, and I had conversations with staff over the last couple of days. If we had the option of picking where that light might go, there's certainly greater rationale and significance to having that at the corner as opposed to at the intersection to the neighborhood. That provides public benefit to the entire community. We don't feel that we need it or really want it at the entry. And so, Alex, could you put up that? Yeah,
So this is, and I will mention, this is different, the way this is prepared, this is based on my understanding, based on our past discussions, which is different than what I just heard now.
Right.
But at any rate, we can certainly adjust here at the hearing if that is the pleasure of the commission.
So what I've heard in my conversation with staff and the point that you raised is that if the commission feels that it's important, we would propose to flip this language so that it would read at the intersection of Vineyard and Cook-Riolo Road and strike the intersection of the subdivision access and Vineyard Road. So in other words, we would just do the one at that south corner. And in talking to staff, we think we may even be able to mount a Cobra head on an existing pole, so we're not adding some new big feature there, assuming we can get the lighting pattern to work. And those details can be dealt with in the improvement plans. So, Phil, are you okay with that?
Well, I guess I would leave that up to the commission to decide.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to the commission here. Or we got public comment.
Go ahead, Fritz.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Fritz Harris Glade, and as Alex mentioned earlier, I'm a relative of the family. I'm also a licensed architect in the state of California, and I'm also a USGBC design professional. So my practice is in sustainable design, and what my concern is that there's a disconnect between sustainable practices and county policy. There's what's called the heat island effect, which is when you have a lot of pavement, it radiates heat. And that was the main reason why we were objecting to having the concrete, because the decomposed granite walkway would not absorb the heat, and it would not further the heat island effect. Also, if you look at the proposed cross-section, we were asked to provide a 8-foot wide parking lane in our street cross-section. So there's already another place for somebody to walk, not in the traffic lane. So, you know, again, we were trying to be as green as possible in this project, and through a series of events, most of our strategies were overridden by county policy. So, you know, it is what it is. With regard to the lights, one of the main objectives at the first MAC meeting was the amount of lighting and headlights and street lights that would affect the neighbors. And that's why we shied away from that. So I can see county's perspective, but there is a major disconnect between green policies and county policy. So, you know, you have to decide which is more important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment, bring it back to the commission.
Would you put the recommendation?
Are you ready to make a motion?
Yes, and I guess, Alex, I have a question. Where are we going to incorporate in the errata comments of the one? Both the one we just saw on 39 and then the one that you put, the other one you put.
My suggestion would be if the commission is you know, steering towards a consensus on there are, you know, at least two separate items. I'm sure that you all are agreeable to staff's recommendation on condition 47 pertaining to the modification on the zone of benefit. Beyond that, as far as the lighting and the sidewalk issue, at this time, I'm not clear on what the consensus view is and how you all would proceed.
Well, I just didn't know which one.
Just to answer that question a bit more, the conditions of approval would apply both to the vesting tentative map and the conditional use permit. So if you are going to make
two
motions
and
with
three.
respect to modifications to those,
So
it
two and
would come
three.
in as 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Okay.
So I'd have to reference it in both cases,
Right.
right?
And just so you're aware, the recommendation for number 2 up there doesn't reference conditions of approval, but should.
Okay. Well, I can take one, pretty straightforward. I'd make a motion that we adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program in accordance with the findings in the staff report.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and 2 seconds.
I heard the motion from Mr. Nader and a second from Mr. Herzog. Okay.
That works?
Yeah. Could I have a vote from Mr. Herzog?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would further move that we approve the vesting tentative map for this 36 lot planned residential development subdivision in accordance with the findings of the staff. And modifications, So you want to help me
The
with that,
recommendation would
please?
just be and subject to the conditions of approval.
Subject to the conditions of approval and reference them, because it referenced the sidewalk or.
Right, we would need, I guess, some indication as to what conditions of approval and kind of if you want to modify language
what
or not with any of them.
Well, what, beyond that, I guess I would recommend the rest of the consideration for the rest of the commission is to incorporate the flexibility that's been stated in this errata, which would allow the option for the ultimate developer of the property to either do a concrete 5-foot wide sidewalk or a 4-foot decomposed granite. I would further just recommend to the commission that that the lighting be the lighting on the street lighting related or entrance lighting, that the lighting be at the corner of, is it Vineyard and Cook Riolo? Is that correct? Okay, that the lighting just be at the intersection of Cook and Riolo.
And not at the end.
And not at the entrance to the property.
So we have a motion, do we have a second?
I would second that.
Have a motion and a second?
Just to be
Does
clear,
that
then
work?
all the other conditions would remain the same with the exception
Yes.
of number 47 with the
And
modification
number
that staff
39,
had
right.
suggested.
Right. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
So clarification to, so condition number 1, number 52, and number 39, all of those with within the erratas are to be accepted with the change on condition number 39 to be the intersection of, I'm sorry, to the southwest corner of the intersection of Vineyard Road and Cook Riolo Road, and strike and the intersection of the subdivision, correct?
That should be the southeast corner of that intersection.
Just as it's read up on the slide? Correct. Okay, so that the red strikeout is accepted and the following portion of that sentence is now stricken.
Correct. And then we should also reference the errata in number 47.
That was referenced in my prior discussion with Commissioner Nader.
Oh, right.
Now that we have all that
I just would
straight.
ask staff to state the correction to condition 47 into the record so that everyone's clear.
So the correction to condition 47 in the record is the very last sentence, and where in parentheses it says ZOB 165 for fire emergency services and ZOB 165 for parks and trails. That second reference would be zone of benefit 169. That's the correct reference.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So is that all included in your motion?
So move all of that.
We
Yeah,
still
second.
second that? So we
Yeah.
still have a motion and a second?
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Nader, a second from Mr. Herzog. Vote for Mr. Herzog, please.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Alex, could you go back to the last one? Please. Thank you. Yeah, it's also approve the condition use permit and all conditions of approval for this planned residential development in accordance with the findings in the staff report. And I just, instead of stumbling around, can I say in reference to the prior motion or of some sort?
Right, you can certainly indicate that the conditions would be the same conditions
As
used in the
referred to.
prior motion.
Right. Thank you very much.
I'll second.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second?
A motion for Mr. Nader, a second for Mr. Herzog. A vote for Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we're done.
And with that, anybody wishing to appeal this may do so by paying a fee of $619 within 10 calendar days. And then it can be appealed to the board. Other than that, commissioners, do we want to take lunch or?
We've got people out there.
Yeah. What's the thought? Keep moving?
at least through one.
Okay. Let's go with our 12 o'clock item. Pardon?
If it is, we'll hold you accountable.
Yeah. Chris,
Ready for me?
we're ready.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chris Schmidt with the Planning Services Division. The application before you today is for an 18-resident congregate care health facility in Granite Bay. The applicant is New San Juan LLC. The project is in what we call the Granite Bay Island. It's south of Old Auburn Road. It's west of Sierra College Boulevard. The project site is on Spahn Ranch Road. Across the street is City of Roseville. And just a little bit south of the site is Sacramento County. Land use designation for this area is mostly rural, low-density residential, 0.9 to 2.3 acre minimums. In the zoning in the immediate area within the county is residential single-family with some PD designations to the east. And the site itself is zoned residential single-family combining agriculture, minimum building site of 40,000 square feet. So here's an aerial of the project site. There is a tributary to Dry Creek that comes in from the east, crosses the property, exits, and comes back across the property into Dry Creek down, or to, I'm sorry, Linda Creek down here. Main stem Linda Creek just nips the corner here. Spahn Ranch Road is a city-maintained road. This used to be Old Auburn Road. There was a bridge here on Linda Creek that was either washed out or taken out. Now the east or north-south connector is over here, Old Auburn Road. So essentially, this is a dead end at Spahn Ranch Road, even though its public right-of-way remains in front of the project site. And the project site is 4.11 acres, developed with a single-family house, 5,800 square feet and 9 bedrooms, so a fairly large house. This is the end of Spahn Ranch Road. You can see this is a cul-de-sac. The right-of-way is here, but this is essentially a driveway serving 2 properties to the south. And this is a look at that driveway as it currently is. This is a bridge across that tributary. Some photos of the residents. The area east of the existing house. And this is that tributary. So quite a good sized channel from that tributary on the project site. The facility would be regulated by the state. We don't provide licenses for these type of facilities. The state rules say that it has to be have a residential character. Privately run facilities can't be more than 18 beds. They're asking for 18 beds in their use permit. These facilities provide medical supervision, 24-hour skilled nursing and supportive care, and then also other services such as pharmacy, dietary, social, recreation for patients that have at least one type of the following services: mentally alert and or physically disabled persons who may be on a ventilator, services for persons who have a diagnosis of terminal illness, a diagnosis of life-threatening illness, or both, or services for persons who are catastrophically and severely disabled. And the applicants here, if you want to get into the operations and what type of patients they'll typically see in this type of facility. The county defines congregate care under medical services, hospitals, and extended care. So it's hospital services. They have organized medical staff, inpatient beds, equipment, and facilities to provide complete health care. Also includes residential establishments providing nursing and health-related care as a principal use. These are much different than the residential care homes we're seeing in Granite Bay. Those are senior facilities that may have a group dining. These are really almost small hospitals. They have professional staff 24 hours a day. The applicant does need a rezoning. It does not need a general plan amendment. Medical services, hospitals, and extended care are not allowed in the RS zone district.
They are allowed in the RA zone district, so the request is to rezone the site to residential agriculture. And these facilities are allowed with a conditional use permit. Just an overview of the site plan. They will be extending or widening the bridge to 20 feet. That's a fire department requirement. Providing parking for 9 cars in front of the residence. Adding a fire turning area. The fire department, South Placer Fire, has asked for that. They will be demolishing an existing garage and small additions in 2 locations totaling 2,700 square feet. So each of the 18 beds will be private rooms. So they're going to need to do some extensive remodeling interior to meet state requirements and also building code. They'll be adding some landscaping along the driveway and to screen the parking lot. Otherwise, very minimal change to the outside. We did do a traffic analysis, basically a memo to look at what a facility like this would generate. And total trips per day, about 36 total trips. That's based on 18 beds. Traffic modeling calls a bed a unit, so it's 2 per bed. 3 trips in the AM hour and 3 in the PM peak hour. The applicant is seeking a variance to the required parking. Our parking requirements are 1 spot per bed or 18 parking spots. Just looking at area jurisdictions, our requirement is much higher than elsewhere, as low as 0.25 spaces per bed in Folsom, Roseville, and El Dorado County. So they're asking for 9 parking spots, and staff does support that. The applicant does run a similar facility in Stockton. It has 9 parking spaces, and they've never had an issue with parking. We did take this to the Granite Bay MAC on July 10th for consideration. No neighbors appeared with any objections. There were some questions raised by the general public and also the MAC members. Some issues about the driveway width, would it be widened and paved? And the answer to that is yes. Whether a facility such as this is compatible with the neighborhood, it is required to be compatible with the neighborhood by state law. They can't even add a sign that says Granite Bay Congregate Care Living. The state doesn't even allow signage. Traffic issues were brought up, whether these would require a lot of deliveries, and then adequacy of parking, whether 9 spots was really going to be enough. So the MAC did recommend approval. They did add a condition that the applicant should show on the site plan where additional parking could be added in the future if needed. We've made that a condition of approval, so when they come in with their improvement plans and site plan, they'll show where that potential parking could be. And with that, staff recommends that you recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they adopt the initial study mitigating negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program for the Granite Bay Congregate Living Health Facility project, adopt an ordinance to rezone the project site from RSAG B40 to residential agriculture B40, approve a conditional use permit to allow a medical services, hospital, and extended care facility in the RA zoning district, and also approve a variance to parking standards to allow for 9 parking spaces where 18 is normally required. And this would be subject to the findings and conditions found in the staff report. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions? No question. Is the applicant here and would like to say anything? Would you like to come up and address the commission?
Good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate you guys being here. We are looking to...
Would you state your name for the record?
Oh, sorry. My name is BJ Singh. I got in contact with Chris almost 2 years ago when we first thought about this project, and we are looking to open a congregate living health facility, which is different than a senior care facility in a traditional sense. There's less traffic to the site. There's less emergency response vehicles to the site because we do have skilled nursing employees on site at all times. So our staff includes an RN, 1 RN. We have 2 LVNs on staff during the AM shift. We have 2 LVNs on staff at the NOC shift, and then 2 CNAs per each shift also. We are going to be running 12-hour shifts in our community to reduce traffic so that there are no conflicts with the peak hours of traffic. Still, our shifts start at 6:30, and our second other shift starts at 6:30 p.m. So we're really looking to make sure that there's no negative impacts to the neighborhood, as this property has been within our family for almost 18 years and has always been a residential rental home. However, we've realized that because of the size of the property previously, there's always folks that are looking to either have 2 or 3 families living there because it's a very large size property. And if I believe the traffic there is actually exceeding what it will be currently, because it is a rental home. It actually currently exceeds what the facility would produce in terms of traffic. And I have experience in terms of operations. We operate a facility actually in Stanislaus County, and these services are very rare. In fact, there's only one other facility of like kind in all of Placer County, I think there's a great need that we're going to serve here for underserved population, a population that currently is having to go out of area to find placement. So we would appreciate an approval, and we look forward to providing good services to the residents at our community.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this project? Seeing none, we'll close that portion of the meeting and bring it back to the commission.
No discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Oh, one moment, please, Wayne.
Sure.
You have a question?
I just have a quick point on page 19 of the document. Staff refers to as if perhaps this decision was already made on July 11th. That meeting was canceled. So I'm not sure if we need to adjust that date in this document, or we can just ignore that. That was the recommendation to the Board of Supervisors.
So that is what you're looking at as the proposed ordinance language? Yeah. So that's something we can obviously correct when it goes to the, if that is a correction, let me read it. Yeah, that's something we would make sure the language is correct before it went to the board, depending on what your recommendation is today.
Okay.
We're ready for you now. Wayne.
All right. Then I'd like to make a motion that we take action to recommend the following to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the findings and conditions of approval found in the staff report. Number 1, that we adopt the initial study mitigation negative declaration and mitigation monitoring program for the Granite Bay Congregate Living Health Facility Project.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
I have a first from Mr. Nader, a second from Mr. Sevison. So a vote from Mr. Herzog, please.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison? Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would further move that we recommend to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the findings and condition of approval, staff report, that we adopt an ordinance to rezone the project site from an RSAG B40 to RAB 40.
A motion and a second.
I have a first from Mr. Nader, a second from Mr. Sevison. So vote from Mr. Herzog, please.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison? Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would further move that we take action to recommend to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the finding and condition of approval found in the staff report, we approve a conditional use permit to allow a medical service hospital and extended care facility in the RA zoning district. And I don't know why is there an and? There's
Because you got a number 4.
One more.
So, well, okay, right, the last one, sorry. Okay.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Motion, second. Roll call, please.
First from Mr. Nader, a second from Mr. Sevison. A vote from Mr. Herzog, please.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison? Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
would finally move that we take action to recommend the following to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the findings and conditions of the approval found in the staff report, that we approve a variance to the parking standards to allow for 9 parking spaces where 18 is normally required.
Motion and a second?
I have a first by Mr. Nader, a second by Mr. Sevison. So vote from Mr. Herzog, please.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now with that,
Your call.
I
Make the
think
decision. You make the
that,
decision, Mr. Chair.
I hate to leave people sitting and waiting on us, but I think the commission's going to need to take a little break here.
What do you think? Fine.
Probably about 20 minutes, yes. We'll be back here, about 1 o'clock. Okay, if everybody is ready, we thank you for your patience and waiting. We will begin with item number 4.
All right, everyone ready?
We're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Delaney Farnham with the Planning Services Division. Today we have a request for a subdivision modification and variance to Lot 24 of the Cabot Ranch Estates subdivision. The project is located in the Granite Bay area off of Sierra College Boulevard in between Douglas Boulevard and Rockland Road. The city of Roseville is located west of Sierra College. The city of Rockland and town of Loomis is located north of the project site. The Cabot Ranch Estates subdivision is comprised of 31 lots. Lot sizes average 5.5 acres and are zoned RA BX 4.6 acre minimum, which is residential agriculture combining minimum build site of 4.6 acres. The subdivision was approved in 2000 with an EIR that analyzed visual resources. Mitigation measures for the project originally included minimizing and screening public views of grading areas and promptly replanting to minimize visual and erosion impacts. Limiting encroachment into sensitive areas such as oak woodlands, wetlands, riparian habitat, and steep slopes. In the original conditions of approval, condition 71D identified specific lots where no concrete slab foundation was permitted except for garages and basements. And in 2005, this condition was modified, which allowed the Development Review Committee to review and approve lots to come in and apply for concrete slab foundations. The map shown here identifies lots in red as lots that already have concrete slab foundation. Those lots were originally included as restricted. The lots identified in black are lots that are undeveloped and have not gotten the concrete slab foundation. As part of the implementation of the subdivision, a development notebook was prepared. This notebook provides information on development standards, existing site conditions such as topography, trees, wetlands, improvement locations, and also identified the original mitigated tree areas on each lot. These areas were analyzed in the EIR as an anticipated impact area. In in October of 2015, a tree permit was approved which allowed removal of these trees within the mitigated areas as identified in the development notebook in red. So over the past 3 years, the Community Development Resource Agency has approved various permits associated with site development on this lot. This presentation will review the permit history and the present the applicant's request to bring the site into conformance. Starting in 2015, a grading permit was issued to allow construction of a building pad without any retaining walls. In March of 2016, code enforcement received a complaint in regards to grading on site and issues with dirt being tracked on the road due to trucks bringing in imported fill. Ultimately, this complaint was referred to Engineering and Surveying Department, and in July of 2016, revisions were made to the original grading permit, which reflected the addition of retaining walls to the site. This aerial here depicts the site as of April 2015. This is pre-disturbance before any grading occurred on site. The original grading plans showed the building pad without retaining walls. The initial on-site grading generally conformed with these approved plans. So as you can see, in July of 2016, grading occurred on site and was generally conforming with the approved grading site plan. In this grading plan, we do have a building pad proposed with no retaining walls on the site plan. In 2016, the grading permit was revised to reflect the addition of retaining walls. These walls were terraced in groupings of 2 tiers with maximum exposed wall faces of up to 8 feet. The image on the left is from October 2016. This shows the start of construction of the retaining walls here, and generally conformed with the revised approved plans that the county received. So in June of 2018, a building permit was submitted and depicted 5 tiers of walls, which deviated in the number, size, height, location, and configuration of retaining walls that was originally approved. It also showed walls crossing the eastern property line into Lot 25. Ultimately, this building permit was placed on hold. In November of 2018, new grading plans were submitted to reflect what was shown on the building plans and to reflect what was built on site. On the right is grading permit ESD 18-00395, which was submitted and shows current site conditions. This was ultimately placed on hold. And in December of 2018, a stop work notice was issued from Engineering and Surveying Department and directed the applicants to obtain a subdivision modification and variance to move forward with their plans. Once the application was received, planning staff performed a site visit and observed the current site conditions. So on these plans, you can see the walls increased to 5 sets of walls with crossing property lines here on the eastern property line. Some pictures from the site. The top photograph is taken from the edge of the road, looking at the proposed building pad facing south. The picture on the bottom is taken from the edge of the building pad looking downhill towards the adjacent lot. This site is taken from the south side of the property looking uphill, looking north. The top photograph, you can see behind the trees the rockery retaining walls that are built on site. And the bottom photograph is just a wider view showing some of the adjacent lots. The photograph here on the left is a close-up of a portion of the rockery retaining walls. And the photo on the right is taken from Lot 25, facing west towards Lot 24. Here you can see a portion of the walls that were constructed off-site onto Lot 25.
Laney, what is the problem with the retaining wall crossing the property line?
Yeah, typically county would not allow construction or structures to be built across property lines or onto other neighboring properties. So although that these applicants own both properties, these properties are separately saleable.
Okay, but we have fences and solid walls and stuff that run over property lines, just maybe because they're on a property line, that's okay?
Well, I think the issue comes into play that these walls do kind of act as support for this building pad. So in the event that these lots are sold separately and a neighbor does something to the wall, it could impact the safety and integrity of the building pad on Lot 24. So from a safety perspective, I think that's where our concern lies with the walls crossing property line.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a break. I have a question. Now, they submitted plans that showed this as what they wanted to do,
Yeah,
but was never approved.
right.
And was there any implications that it might be approved? Was any concern brought up at the time? Because obviously it went across the property lines into the other parcels. So was there anything said to the applicant about an issue at that point?
I think at that point, we wanted to put a hold on both the building permit and the grading permit to review. Ultimately, staff reviewed the, as-built plans. And based on that, we determined the subdivision modification and variance would be the proper way to move forward. And staff recommends the removal of the walls crossing property line to avoid, future safety issues with the walls.
So it was pretty clear to the applicant that that was not approved and that they were not to move forward on that.
Yeah, I believe it was most notably made clear at the end of the year when we issued a stop work notice and cited these issues that we wanted to review and kind of gave the applicant some direction on how to move forward.
But at the time of the stop order, they had already put those walls in.
Right. So these were built, they deviated from the original plans that were approved. So we went in, approved some plans. Once we got our building permit submitted, it was made clear that that deviated from what was approved.
And it's pretty ominous on the parcel itself. The retaining wall is very ominous as you look up at it.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly from reading the staff report, some of those walls exceed what would normally be acceptable or approved in their height. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. So some of the walls, typically within a side setback, we would limit it to 6 feet in height. So some of these walls did exceed that limitation, and they do have a 30-foot setback on both sides of the lot. So that's where we saw some issues with the height of the structure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is part of the reason why the walls were built at that height is because the land required that? Maybe I'm getting into too many details for that, but.
I may let the applicant speak to that, but I believe it was for structural integrity to support the built-up pad.
Thought of another question. Since a lot of these lots were exempted from using a slab, is it because of the sloping of those parcels so that they really, to actually do a slab was going to require a significant amount of grading, so to limit the impact on that particular area that they wanted to build it out as I want to say a very large split level. They want it down underneath the house. Was that the thinking behind that?
Yeah, so condition 71D, which restricted the concrete slab foundations, sort of the justification behind that condition was to preserve sensitive areas, which included oak woodland habitat, steep slopes, wetland preservation areas. So in this case, because both of these lots are located on a ridgeline, I believe that they were restricted in order to prevent and minimize grading on site.
And I think the original approval was to, again, minimize the the impact on the environmental area there, that they just wanted to try to keep it as much within the envelope of where the house was going to be located.
Correct.
Is that the whole intent behind it?
Yes, that was the intent. All right. So I'll go ahead and move into what the applicant is now requesting. It is requested to modify the building pad to allow for a concrete slab foundation. This modification would include removal of walls crossing property lines to bring the site into conformance. The site plan here identifies walls to be removed in red. So you can see here we have walls on the eastern side that will be removed, and sort of this first retaining wall here in the front will be removed. And in green, we see new proposed walls. So they will be putting up a new wall that will stay within the property boundaries. In addition to these modifications of the walls, there is a request for a variance to allow structures within the front setback, where typically 3 feet in height would be the restriction. So here in yellow, we see the proposed walls and pilasters within the front setback. I'll go ahead and show sort of the proposed plans here. So they would request to have a 6-foot high wall and fence with 8-foot-high pilasters within the front setback. In addition, it would also allow for a portion of that retaining wall, it's sort of a stepped retaining wall, to be 3 to 6 feet in height to encroach in the front setback.
Let me see that picture you have there. Is that a 6-foot wall?
The wall on the bottom ranges in height, but there is proposed sort of iron fencing. You can kind of see these black pillars here. There will be sort of iron decorative fencing, open fencing to go on top of the solid wall.
So the solid wall is 3 feet high, or?
Yeah, we're gonna limit the total height to be 6 feet, and the pilaster, which is indicated here, to be 8 feet.
Oh, that's a pilaster. Okay.
Correct, yeah. So the proposed elevations are shown here. The house is proposed to be 31 feet tall from approved grade, and within the zone district, a 36-foot high is the maximum allowed. In addition to reviewing the modification and variance requests, staff also assessed impacts to native oak woodlands on site. There are typically two methods in assessing impacts and mitigation to oak trees. You can look at it at an inch per inch basis or look at a whole overall habitat assessment. Staff recommends assessing this at habitat loss based on the guidelines for evaluating development impacts on oak woodlands. And the analysis of this site recommended mitigation of 1.5 acres. So here on the map, you can see in yellow, these would be the new impacted areas. And we looked at trees that were not only removed, but that were within 50 feet of any grading. We do anticipate trees that are within 50 feet of grading to be impacted by site disturbance. The area in green was the original mitigated area, so we didn't count that, we deducted that. So in total, we had 1.5 acres of new impacts.
You see, you were talking that in the original site plan, they identified some trees that could be removed.
Yeah.
But those weren't measured and paid for?
The original tree permits, most of them did fall within the original mitigated area. There were additional trees assessed during grading permits. There were some mitigation fees paid for individual trees that were removed at that time. But now looking at the overall impact of what has happened on site, we believe that we're capturing new impacts that weren't originally assessed.
We received a letter that indicated that there's been, during the grading, that there was soil that was placed around some of these still existing trees, around under the drip line of these trees.
Yeah.
Have those been taken into consideration? Because those are certainly been impacted.
Yeah, so I will point down here. These trees are actually still existing on site. They're just south of the retaining walls. We did incorporate those trees into this analysis, being that they were within proximity to the grading. And I will go back just to show a picture. Here we do see oak trees that are kind of used as screen. You know, they're screening that retaining wall. However, there is, you know, massive trenching and grading that's occurring within proximity of these drip lines. So these trees were, again, included in that 1.5 acres. So I will just wrap this up to mention that we did receive the correspondence from neighbors south of the lot. They wrote in concerns regarding compatibility with the area and then preserving the trees that are left on site. In addition, I want to point out the applicant submitted additional information for your consideration. They wanted to provide alternatives to removal of walls and also alternatives to paying tree mitigation fee where they would typically replant the site. But staff is bringing forward the following recommendation, where we would like you to find the project categorically exempt, approve the subdivision modification to allow for the slab foundation for the new single-family residence, and to allow the variance for 6-foot-high fences and walls with 8-foot-high pilasters within the front setback. If you have any questions.
Before you step down, I do have some questions. I'm curious on the department, and Dan, if you have some comments on this, I'd like you to weigh in. As I read the staff report, then I met with the applicant and his attorney, and I was pretty candid with them. As I read the staff report, it almost sounded like there was willful disregard to what was actually being required by the county. They just went ahead and did whatever they wanted to do. And, you know, it started to look to me like it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. And I don't want to reward bad behavior, because 36,000 to pay off, you know, a tree mitigation impact that we weren't anticipating originally seems pretty cheap to me. So I'm really concerned about, you know, what we're allowing to go forward and what the department really thinks about this, because again, this is a big deviation from what was originally approved. So I just want to understand. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that'll help set it.
Comes later.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions
other
at this
questions?
point?
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, thanks.
Would the applicant like to come up, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Gregory Thatch, representing Sheba Development. It's been a long morning for you, I know. I want to introduce Zach McGarble, who is here, the principal of Sheba. And I want to start out by saying that my comments now are going to be pretty much applicable to your next item too. It's item lot 25. So I will not repeat all of that when that time comes. There are issues of grading and tree removal, which you have obviously heard, and our client takes full responsibility here today. We're not here to argue. We're here to say that he takes responsibility and prepared to fix things. My client did not act and seek permission later. I know it can appear that way. The reality is that he felt he had some flexibility as long as he maintained the required setbacks for the property. It is a difficult piece of property because of the topography of the property. The last lots left usually are the more difficult ones. A great deal of dirt needed to be imported to the site. The dirt ceased. It was no longer available to him, which compounded the problem a bit more. It was a bad assumption, and he was wrong. But it was not a matter of just flagrant disregard of the rules, and that is even to some degree supported by at least one of the inspections on the property, which he passed with where things were, with an explanation that you should get your paperwork in and fix this when you're done. I suspect that inspector was not totally right either in what he said to him. This has been very hurtful to my client financially. I will tell you that every day he's paying money on this property, and every day it costs him considerable money, and it has been a significant delay. With respect to the conditions, we do agree with all of the conditions. I will say with respect to the tree mitigation in particular, he did have permits, a permit on this lot to remove up to 50% of the trees. That's the way the permit reads. His arborist says that they have removed about 37% of those trees. We're not here to even argue that point, however. I just want the commission to know that we believe that he operated within the allowable permit. And the only concession that we would ask is the ability to work with staff on a replanting program that might offset some or all of those fees. And I think that is not an unreasonable request and probably good for everyone, including the environment. This has been a long haul, and I want to say that, again, that my client takes responsibility. We have worked closely with staff, and we have come to a resolution which they support and we support. And I know the HOA is here today too. I'm hoping that they support it. And in addition to that, I know that they want us to get cracking on construction. My client does too. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would close and entertain any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant?
Thank you.
It's like you're off the hook. Thank you. This time we'll open it up to members of the public who would like to comment. Or anybody from the public who would like to make.
My name's Rod Pierce. By my personal appearance,
Hold on one second. Get up to the microphone.
I head up the HOA and the subdivision.
Come on up to the microphone so we can pick you up, if you would, please. And say your
Despite
name
my
again, please.
personal appearance, I am the president and head up the HOA in the Cabot Ranch Estates and have been president for 15 years and am intimately familiar with almost every single project, actually every single project. There are 31 lots in there. I think 24, 25 are under construction or have been built. And am intimately familiar with Zach and his projects, 24 and 25. And I've worked with him now probably for 4 or 5 years in getting to the point where we're at now. And it's been difficult. We've talked a lot about the things that have occurred there. I am pleased to learn that the county has been involved all along, quite a bit more than I was aware of. At any rate, we're at where we're at, and the reason we're here is that there are 3 interested parties: the Planning Commission, the HOA, and the developer, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same book and page and that we can come to some sort of resolution to get this thing moving forward despite what's occurred in the past. With that being said, with respect to lot 25, because 24 is going to, or rather 24, 25, we have some of the same issues, although there are some different issues too. We support the wall. We don't have a problem with this, the wall. By meaning the wall, I mean the wall that goes from one end of the project at the street to the other. It's probably going to be an attractive wall. It looks to be a little bit taller than in the pictures than it really is because the dirt hasn't been backfilled against it yet. And so the HOA has no problem with that. I like the staff solution to the retaining wall issue. I'm not sure about the engineering issues, but I'm sure staff has looked at that also. And we're going to rely on the staff, Planning Commission staff, to determine ultimately what occurs with that. It sounds like that they're going to require that some of the walls be removed and new walls replaced, and that will resolve both the engineering issue and the lot line issue. So at the end of the day, if that occurs, the HOA, after we see the resolution, we'll meet again. It's my understanding that we're going to have to approve at the HOA level whatever is approved here and resubmitted. Is that correct? I don't even know who to...
Yes, so the HOA would be required to building plans and grading plans.
Okay, so he needs to ultimately then resubmit that to us. We need to go like this?
Correct.
And then he needs to take those and bring them to you?
That would be correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question here.
Uh-huh.
And maybe staff will answer it, but I think I heard that the HOA was given the ability to revise the slab foundation rule versus the raised foundation rule. And apparently, did the HOA approve changing these lots to a slab foundation?
These particular lots?
Yeah.
Yes, but we, at the time, if I can expand, Mr. Johnson, on that a little bit, the HOA, there are certain lots in our development that are not allowed a slab foundation, so to speak, and it's primarily, as Mr. Nader described it earlier, that's because it's on the side of a hill, and to pour a slab foundation, a substantial amount of dirt would have had to have been imported in order to pour the slab. And so the whole idea was to preclude that by saying this lot, this lot, this lot, and this lot cannot have slab foundations. Honestly, we were unaware that I guess at some later date, the decision may have been somewhat thrown to the HOA to approve. We approved them thinking that the county, when they looked at them, because we didn't have a problem with some of them, that the county would get involved and say, hey, listen, this is not going to be allowed. And we were prepared at that point in time to negotiate, slab or no slab.
So it doesn't sound like it was a real definite decision for these two lots as a part of the HOA.
Well, we're not engineers and that sort of thing, and it's hard for us as just laymen to envision the impact on those lots at the end of the day. But originally, yes, we did approve a slab on 24. we approved a slab on 25, but not in the location that it's currently in, which I think will be taken up when 25 is reviewed here in a second.
But then you anticipated that the county would either agree or not agree?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And that will close the public comment. Bring it back to the commission.
Okay, go back to my question. I'm curious how the department felt about this as they discovered that there were issues of work that was done that was quite a bit outside of what was actually permitted.
Yeah, so for staff, what the initial thing was the stop work notice so that we can get a chance to review the as-built. After review and kind of some negotiating, we came to this conclusion of removal of walls, which ultimately is going to lower that pad on lot 24. And so we
talk in the microphone a little bit more?
Yeah, so ultimately staff did the stop work notice and took some time to review the as-built. After review, we determined removal of the walls crossing property lines would bring the site into conformance. By removing the walls, it would also lower that building pad, which would make it more compatible with the rest of the surrounding neighborhood. And the tree mitigation would sort of make up for some of the impacts of grading that had occurred on site. So that was sort of how we saw this kind of best resolution to move forward.
Well, as I said earlier, I just want to make sure that we're not in some ways rewarding bad behavior, that we just allow people to go off and do whatever they want to do regardless of what the permit states. And then when they come back in and say, oh, sorry, I screwed up, and then we just let them get by with it. So, I understand that you're asking them to make modifications now and that they're going to be paying into the tree impacts now. But as I said earlier, it also suggests that it's easier to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. And so I was just concerned about that kind of behavior. Trying to get some feedback from the department as what they, because I'm reading the staff report, I was just having some trouble trying to figure out, what was going on here as far as, how the county was reacting to this.
And if I could, I'd like to add on to what Delaney said. Although we have reached what I would call a compromise of something that might work for everybody, we as staff still have concerns that even with the approved grading plan or the grading plan that's proposed, once it is approved, that they aren't going to deviate from that. That's how this all started. They had the initial grading, they deviated from it. Instead of a stop work notice, they would submit as-built plans, and then they would do additional grading, and it continued and continued till we got to where we are right now. So what I would suggest is I do want to propose adding to a condition with this new plan, condition number 5. It's on page 81 of your packet. It talks about the last sentence, the grading permit shall be approved prior to issuance of any building permit. Depending on what the commission decides to do here, if you were to decide to go with staff's recommendation, I would propose to add the following language. The grading permit shall be approved, and then the new language, and final inspection shall occur prior to the issuance of any building permit. That's contrary to the latest request from the applicant to issue permits right away. I would want to see that grading inspection completed so we know exactly that what's shown is going to work.
Okay. Yeah, given the significance of what's going on this site, I think that's more than appropriate.
Let me ask another, I guess I'm still puzzling a little bit. You mentioned that the county originally in the use permit identified the lots that would be required to have what I call not a slab foundation. But then it sounded like you said the county decided that the homeowners association could do it.
It would be
And so I'm just looking for the background because what I'm hearing from the homeowners association is they don't really feel competent to make that decision.
So So earlier on, a couple other lots had come in for subdivision modifications. I think there were 2 or 3 together to the commission to change that condition for those lots. At the same time, they changed the discretion of that decision to the Development Review Committee, which is really an internal staff decision. So after that planning commission made that approval, that gave the DRC the discretion to approve pad grading on certain lots. In the this particular case and the next one you're going to hear, we just, based on the extent of grading outside of what we approved, we felt that that was just above the DRC's threshold. So that's another reason why we're here today.
So the county really didn't totally delegate that decision to the homeowners association?
No.
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm kind of wondering, you know, I guess the current recommendation that we're seeing in the staff report has got properly engineered walls.
Yes, for the record, Daniel Datai, Deputy Director, Engineering and Surveying. Before we came to the commission, we required the applicant to submit to us for both Lot 24, the next item, Lot 25, what we call corrective action grading permits. Those permits are not approved, but we wanted them to submit the plans and engineering to us to make sure they can actually make it work to conform to what we're seeing today. And then we set those permits aside. They were able to show us and demonstrate they could perform the engineering. We set those permits aside, and if your permission approves these changes, then we would issue those grading permits with a level of comfort to know that it actually is achievable.
So the applicant has submitted plans to the county.
Correct.
And
Those are not yet approved.
Will provide for engineered walls that, I guess what I'm hearing is the current walls are insufficient to support the structure. You wouldn't really, as an engineer, approve them.
Not necessarily. The current walls are properly engineered as well. They're just too big. So what we are requesting of the applicant, and he has agreed on Lot 24, is they're going to remove one of those tiers of wall to bring the pad grade down. And we asked for that so that we had asked for an analysis of their ridge line compared to the remainder of the neighborhood. And we wanted the house to be more consistent. So we determined based on that analysis, if he drops that upper retaining wall, gets his pad down 5 or 6 feet, it'll be more consistent. We asked him to do that and he agreed. So
it's more of an appearance than an engineering problem?
It is to be more consistent with the neighborhood and what the intent of the conditions of approval are. So to Mr. Nader's point, he's not necessarily getting full forgiveness later. There's going to be a lot more money he's going to have to put back in to reconstruct a site to meet these new parameters.
Okay, thank you.
So, couple of, I guess, questions, comments. I think I kind of agree with what you say. I think, well, whether it be forgiveness versus permission or permission versus forgiveness, the applicant's paying dearly for the mistakes he's made with having to remove walls and reconstruct and that type of thing. I think, you know, if there is hand slapping to be done or what you want to call it, it's occurred. The pound of flesh has been extracted here, and I think that if staff is happy with what's proposed now, and you know has the ability to make sure it's built as proposed, then you know all is well there. I also wanted to ask questions. The idea of not issuing a building permit until the grading permit is finalized. Again, my personal thought, if the applicant is confident enough to proceed with building the structure prior to the grading permit being finalized, it's his dollars, it's his bet that he can comply. He should be allowed to proceed with what's gone on. He may want to make sure his grading permit's final before he takes and starts to dig a footing anywhere. But if he's willing to take that risk, that's kind of standard. And with especially as late in the year as it is, if there's a chance of progress being made, if his permits are ready to be issued. My 2 cents worth would be to not hold up the project and let it go and let it be done the way it's proposed. Anybody else?
Well, I just, I agree with Wayne that this sets a real bad example to the construction industry where a lot of these problems could have been handled through the proper channels, through discussions with the planning department before just going ahead and doing the work. And so that is very discouraging to me. I guess with all the work that's going to go on with the walls, then, I think they need to know that they have a stable platform before they start really building. So I agree with what's been proposed.
And just to let you know, I'm agreeing with staff's proposal as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm leaning towards staff recommendation in that too. I have a separate thing I want to bring up, but don't want to hinder anyone else from speaking into that. But mine is also the issue that talked about some of the retaining walls extending into the next lot as being an issue. I see that in the diagram here that a retaining wall will remain in that property line, and it looks like it's still supporting the grade. Is that because they're not connected? That's okay? Or how does that resolve that?
The last configuration we saw for the corrective action grading permits, the walls would be fully separated at the property line.
Yeah.
So I believe the applicant wishes to propose maybe a lot line adjustment. If your commission wanted to consider that, I suppose that's one way around it, but generally we would not, in a routine business, allow retaining walls to go across property lines. They are structures. They are holding up a structure, and removal, if you were to separately sell that lot and somebody else were to go in and to legally allowable to remove that wall, it could have an impact on the neighbor. So we always want those to be separate on their own lots.
From staff's position, because that wall is not connected across the property line, that is okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, if there's a physical disconnect across the property line, that would be sufficient.
But it doesn't stop that property owner making changes to it in the future on that side of the property. Is that also true?
I suppose an owner could do that. That would be a code enforcement issue at that
Yeah.
case. But I don't see if the applicant builds 2 distinct retaining walls on 2 distinct lots, I don't suspect anybody else in the future would want to change that.
They'd be in the setbacks.
If I heard correctly, these were kind of the last 2 lots in the development. Is that?
I think there's one other that's not.
Maybe.
There's a handful of others. I
That
believe
haven't been
3 total are left in the development that haven't been developed.
Well, I heard reference that these were the 2 more challenging lots that were left.
Yeah.
And if they were challenging, I would assume that, any builder or is going to look at that and look at the challenges of what it's going to require to do that based on what are the requirements of the plan for the development. So I guess what I'm saying is no one forced the applicant to buy these properties. If they saw challenges with the property that could be onerous in trying to develop it, then they certainly didn't have the choice not to buy those lots too. I'd say that.
Anyone else? Do we have a motion? Do we have more discussion?
I'm tired of motions. So let somebody else tackle it.
Let's see what it, yeah.
Go for it, buddy.
You're gonna do it?
No, go ahead.
Huh? Well, I'm just thinking through, we talked about a change, and I guess that's gonna be in 2 or 3. But okay, so my motion is that we find the project categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to the provisions in section 15303A of the Environmental Quality Act guidelines, section 18.36.050A of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance, Class 3, new construction of accessory structure.
Second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
I have a first by Mr. Johnson, a second by Mr. Herzog. So, vote for Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison? Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not listed on the recommendation, but the second item, the subdivision modification, would be where the conditions of approval would be inserted if a motion is being made on that.
So I'll read through it, then you'll have to help me what the modification. Okay, so, yeah, I propose that we approve the subdivision modification, PLN 19-00169 of sub 385, condition number 71D, to allow for a slab foundation for a new single-family residence on lot 24. And this is pursuant to final approval of the grading. Is that correct, or the wording that was presented?
The recommendation would, I think the suggestion for the recommendation would be to make that subject to the recommended conditions of approval, in specific with modification to the fifth condition of approval as provided by Mr. Baldi.
Okay.
And the last sentence of that, which would be modified, the grading permit shall be approved, insert new language, and final inspection shall occur, end of new language, prior to the issuance of any building permit.
Okay. And that's part of my motion.
We have a motion. We have a second?
Yeah, second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
I have a motion by Mr. Johnson and a second by Mr. Herzog. And I will be sure to get the correct language, but it sounded like the insertion in condition number 5, the insertion of "and final inspection shall occur."
Correct.
Okay. So a vote from Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, finally, I guess this is final, or we have another page? We don't? Okay. So, let me see, we approve a variance to allow for a 6-foot-high wall with 8-foot-high pilasters and a stepped retaining wall. Height varies from 3 to 6 feet within the front setbacks on lot 24.
Second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, a second by Mr. Herzog. So a vote from Mr. Herzog, please.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
Yes.
Mr. Sevison? Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll,
Well, I got
guess we
appeal
have
rights.
appeal rights for $619. You can appeal this to the Board of Supervisors within 10 calendar days from today.
All right. Ready to do this again?
I think we got the gist of it. So.
Okay.
Ditto.
All right. I will breeze through some of the common history and background portion of the presentation and kind of get to the history on Lot 25. All right, so just to inform you, we are doing a request for a subdivision modification and variance to Lot 25 of the Cabot Ranch Estate subdivision. Property is located directly east to the previous one of Lot 24. This subdivision is 31 lots, averaging 5.5 acres, zoned RA BX 4.6. The original conditions of approval had restricted this particular lot, along with 14 others, to have no concrete slab foundations. We are moving forward to request to allow the concrete slab foundation. This particular lot was identified in the development notebook to have tree mitigation areas originally analyzed in the EIR. These areas are identified on the site plan here in red. A tree permit was submitted in August of 2016, which allowed removal of trees within the tree mitigation area shown. So on this lot, on-site grading work did begin in October of 2016. This began without approval of permits. In December of 2016, a building permit was submitted. A review of those plans determined that a grading permit would be required. And in May of 2017, a grading permit application was submitted. This aerial here is from April of 2016, pre-site disturbance. These images here indicate the time frame prior to any submission or approval of permits. We have October of 2016, some initial grading happening up here. And in April of 2017, a little more extensive grading began to occur. In May of 2017, the grading permit was submitted. This original grading permit identified the building pad approximately 200 feet from the edge of the easement, and retaining walls were proposed in grouping of 3 tiers, with each wall having an exposed face of up to 8 feet. The on-site grading generally conformed to these plans. The building permit was issued shortly after the grading permit, and the building permit was consistent with the grading plan that was submitted. The picture on the left indicates from February 2018, which conformed with what was submitted and approved. However, a building inspection that was conducted in October of 2018 inadvertently approved the building pad location approximately 400 feet south of the initial approved location. As a result, a stop work notice was issued by the building department in November of 2018. That following month, in December of 2018, a grading permit was submitted showing as-built. This was again placed on hold with a stop work notice and advised the applicants to move forward with a subdivision modification and variance before we would allow work to continue. So here on the aerial imagery, you can see that our original building pad that was located here now is farther down south on the lot. We had them submit plans to show as-built on site. This again shows the driveway extending down to the south to the new proposed building area. Once staff received the application for a subdivision modification and variance, we performed a site visit just to observe current site conditions. Picture here is taken midway down on the driveway, facing east towards the neighboring parcel here. This just kind of gives you an indication of the slope of the lot and kind of the length and breadth of that driveway. The picture down here is taken on the south portion of the lot looking north. So this is where the foundation was poured. We see up here the driveway, and then lot 24 is located there. So the applicant is requesting to modify the building pad location and to allow for a concrete slab foundation for a proposed single-family dwelling. This modification would include removal of retaining walls that cross property lines, which is identified on the plans in red, and proposal of new walls to support the driveway construction in green. Additionally, the driveway would be brought up to a 15% grade, and a variance would be requested to allow structures over 3 feet in height within the front setback. So on these plans, again, kind of reflecting what we reviewed, some walls that are crossing lines would be removed here. Additionally, it would be kind of reconstructed and regraded. New walls here to support the driveway. And in yellow, we have the proposed fencing and walls in the front setback. These walls will be consistent with the neighboring lot. Again, to have a 6-foot-high fence and wall within the front setback with 8-foot-tall pilasters, where typically 3 feet would be the maximum allowed height. The building elevations proposed for the single-family dwelling show a 2-story structure with an average height of about 34 feet, where the maximum height allowed in the zone district is 36 feet. In addition to reviewing the modification and variance, staff also looked at the impacts to the native oak trees on site. We did look at this at a habitat level assessment. Based on that assessment, we calculated 1.3 acres of removed or impacted trees. Staff is recommending a condition for mitigation based on the habitat assessment. In yellow, we see the areas that were impacted and a few trees down here. The green indicates the original mitigated areas that were analyzed in the EIR. Everything outside of that calculates to a 1.3 acre impact.
What is your thoughts about their request for on-site mitigation for the trees?
Staff would would move forward with the recommendation of paying the mitigation fees. We would like to see that site landscaped, obviously, and if it had native oaks or native plants, I think we would like to see that. I don't think we would move forward on recommending replanting in lieu of paying the fee.
And why is that?
Typically, we have history of replanting not being successful in that there is ongoing monitoring that's involved, and we would need to see like a 5-year success rate of the trees that are planted on site. So staff resources and time dedicated to monitoring that is just not very successful in the large county that we're in.
I know you're not gonna get it either.
Yeah, and so in addition, just to remind you all, we did receive correspondence from neighbors from the south. They echoed similar concerns with Lot 25 in regards to compatibility with the area and preservation and removal of trees on site. The applicants again submitted information for you to consider. The staff is bringing forward the following recommendations, and we are available for any questions in regards to this lot.
Delaney, can you go back to the picture of the, it's going to be way back, of what the parcel looked like before development?
Yeah.
There. There's been significant tree removal on here.
Yeah.
Predominantly the 3 larger trees on the lower end are still there, but most of the rest of it's gone. The upper part was, those trees in the upper part of that lot, were they approved to be removed?
What was approved to be removed was and I'll go back, sort of this red area here. Again, the original grading plans proposed the house approximately just outside of this tree mitigated area. So the original plans were not going to be, impacting the trees lower on the lot.
Well, my question is, did they ever submit a request to remove those trees outside of that red area?
I can double check. I believe we do assess tree impacts when we receive grading permits. So I believe some of the trees were identified, but with the new pad location, the trees since then have not been assessed. So at the original pad location, and I can just confirm with my history here. I believe it was just looked at during the grading permit, so typically we assess trees during that time.
I guess the question I'm trying to get to is, were they just sort of, boom, they're gone, and, county went out there, they were gone? When there was, because I think if I heard you right, you said that there was, grading was done without approval?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so they did start with a tree permit early on in August of 2016. Typically, the trees that were shown on that permit were within the approved area.
Because they indicated that they could remove up to 50% of the trees on the lot. But then I think they ultimately ended up, it looks like more than that, but they ultimately said they ended up removing 53%.
Yeah, and I will say that the statement of removal of 50% of trees on site is a typical condition within our tree ordinance. However, this particular subdivision did have a condition, which is 71A, which did restrict the removal of trees without a tree permit. So in essence, they may have been given misinformation in regards to the removal of up to 50% of the trees on site. However, we did go back and look at the original conditions, and for today's assessment, we're looking at the total site.
So the 50% that they're saying is an incorrect statement?
That was incorrect at the time, yeah.
And still is?
Yes.
So just for clarification, that was a note that was actually included on the tree permit. In all fairness, these subdivisions are conditioned for tree impacts with the entitlement. And then we have the separate tree ordinance, which applies to, those discretionary projects. And so when the tree permits are submitted with a tree plan that shows actual trees that will be removed. So those are the tree permits that were issued based on marked trees to be removed on those
Which
applications.
was just within that red area.
Right, but on the bottom of that application, on the tree permit itself, staff did write, remove up to 50% of the trees, which was probably in error. But what staff reviewed was the site plan and the trees that were identified as being removed.
Okay.
And they went well beyond that. I think the exhibit that's shown up there right now shows the extent of grading and impacts to the trees, prior to any, permit to do so.
Well, again, when this whole project was originally approved, the intent was to have a real small footprint of impact on the environment. And I'm sorry, when you look at this looks like we nuked it in the process. So that's just a kind of a concern.
I don't think this is the final one either. The one you have on the screen isn't
Right.
the final.
So I will go down, this would be
There it is,
the
sorry.
final. Okay.
So, question, when this lot is built and sold to a homeowner, there is no ordinance that says he can't come in and remove every tree on the lot, is there?
There's a condition in the subdivision, so we would, hold them to that condition. So condition 71A does say any trees outside of the original mitigated area would require a review of the DRC. So we would have them come in, submit for a tree permit, and at that state, we would assess them either at an inch per inch mitigation rate or at a habitat loss, depending on the extent of tree removal.
And the tree removal ordinance that allows that applies beyond the developer down to the individual homeowner?
Yes, so these conditions were stated for future homeowners. So there, in the conditions itself, it says, note for future homeowners, here are the list of, development standards and conditions.
Well, it's pretty obvious when you compare the proposal to what was on site that they got miles away from where they intended to start. And I guess I know it, in my neck of the woods, we have to fence the property line so that you can't make that mistake. You have to stay on your own property and not build a road way into somebody else's property for your own convenience. I don't know how we got to where we are without having realized how badly we were mutilating that area.
Well, I think that's a good point. I'd like to follow on what Larry said, is that, okay. Well, my question is, I've been familiar with Winchester because I own property in there, and before you can do anything, you've got to put up orange fencing. You have to stake out where the property lines are and orange fencing. Now, that may be just specific to Winchester, but, so I'm guessing it isn't on this project. They don't require fencing for protected trees. And so that it's pretty clear when projects start, what has to be protected.
Yeah, I don't know that there was a specific condition in regards to fencing of the trees. There was that condition that stated, anything outside of the mitigated area would need a tree permit and be reviewed. As far as the approval of this pad location, again, it was done inadvertently, where the inspector perceived that the plans that they had would be, again, amended to reflect what was on site. So I can't speak to, that inadvertent approval of the foundation inspection, but that's basically how they got to where they were.
Well, it appears in order to keep this from happening again, we ought to start looking at fencing the property lines or demarcating them better so that when an inspector goes out to the site, he can easily determine that they're in or out of bounds with what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know that the inspector can tell if the fence is in the right spot either. Well, I think that's why you get an engineer's
Well,
letter
it's
that says
fraud
it's
if you
been
put a
put
fence
where
up
it's
in
supposed
the
to be.
wrong spot.
Yeah. So typically the inspectors do go out with a field set of a site plan. So they do kind of have a reference material with them to, identify.
All right.
We could hear from.
Well, shall we hear from the applicant on this one and keep moving?
Again, Gregory Thatch for Sheba Development. As I said, I will not repeat all of what I said the first time. A few points, though, and I appreciate Mr. Evaldi bringing up the permit. It's here, the tree permit, and it says not to remove over 50% of native protected trees. That's what it says, and that's what he tried to live with. And probably shouldn't have said that, but I appreciate the fairness there.
50% here, 50%
Pardon?
there.
Well, if I may, you did do that, right? And so that's kind of a problem.
Did more than 50%?
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was
Right.
determined that they went 3% over. Yes, true. With respect to the inspection, it did happen, and probably another unfortunate circumstance. One of the unintended but positive consequences here is that that driveway that comes into the property has been very much blessed by the fire department, because until now, until that's built, they have very limited ability to access the back of any of these lots if there was a fire. This driveway allows them to get into the site and get into the back area. And so it wasn't intended for that, but when my client went to the fire department, they were extremely pleased as a result of that. The moving of the lot, again, my client should have come forward, did not. Again, felt that he was within his setbacks. There was no more dirt available, and the house wasn't going to fit. And so moved it to the flat area, and again, paying the price for that. At this point, again, we appreciate staff's support here and would like to move forward and encourage you to approve that and get these houses built. So thank you. I'll entertain any questions.
Questions for Evan? Thank you, Greg. Close off bring it to the public for comment?
Rod Pierce again. I head up the HOA. And on this lot, we have a long history as described by Sheba Development's attorney and by you folks and by the wonderful job that Delaney has done. She's a very well-informed and does a great job, and we appreciate that because I'm learning some things from you that I didn't know before. At any rate, on this lot, the pad where it is now, which is at the very, very, very bottom of the hill, as described previously, it was supposed to be about halfway, is now all the way at the bottom of the hill. And the one concern that we do have about that, we're not concerned literally about it being down there at this point. The one concern we have, though, is that this road, didn't realize, does this road cross the property line down there too? So what is the red line that goes down there? And so I don't have a pointer, or I may not even know how to use it if you hand it to me, Delaney, so if you could.
Are you looking at this?
Yes.
That's a construction access at this point. Ultimately, the driveway will be constructed within the property line.
All right, well then that pretty much addresses our concern then with the current location of the pad. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly.
I simply forgot to mention it, but on this one, the slab is solely for the basement and garage. The remainder of the house will be built on a raised foundation, so it is different than 24, and the rules do permit slab for basement and garage.
Okay, thank you. That will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
I'd like to ask a broader question, and I'd like to ask Tim to come up. I just got a question for him. He heads up the building department for the county.
Good afternoon, Chairman Moss and Commissioner Nader. Tim Wegner, the Chief Building Official for Placer County. Glad to answer any questions you have.
We were talking, Larry brought it up, and I kind of followed on that. It's, probably from a standpoint of protecting what we've got out there and that everybody understands where the lines are drawn, so to speak. is orange fencing ever required by the county, or is that based on that particular development?
It is typically based on the development, and those are conditions that are usually set out by planning during the entitlement processes about protecting around the drip line or doing particular things to that. So it is not on a kind of a widespread generalized standard across the county.
I mean, maybe this is beyond what you would know, but do other counties require that as just part of a standard of whenever you're developing a parcel to put orange fencing around protected areas and to also delineate pretty specifically where the property lines are so that everybody's real clear what's happening?
Yeah, so the fencing portion, I would say, I'm not familiar if that's a common practice, particularly in our region here, but I can tell you from my experience in other communities and other states as well that it was not a common practice. But the common practice that we do see is a string line at the property line so that the inspector, when they go out there, can delineate generally where those property boundaries are, and they can try to make some assessment about where the setbacks are and how far the distances are in there and whether or not it matches those site plans. So they do usually ask, and I think I did hear it earlier, is the contractor or one of their representatives that would typically string that line based upon where they found property markers or other surveys. So we do rely upon the contractor or their representative out there to provide that to staff.
Would your department find it helpful to have that as a requirement and also maybe a requirement related to trees, because trees are a big deal, and to make sure that they're pretty specific, that you don't go beyond this point unless you have some approval for that, because it obviously got way off track on this one.
Right, Commissioner Nader. No, I'm not opposed to that. I mean, my only comment would be that we just need to consider the resources. It would take us a little bit longer to verify that these are in the right location, that the trees are fenced appropriately. So just from a resource perspective, you'd have to imagine the time in which we'd be on site would be elongated because of our evaluation of those.
But don't typically plans also show on them, as you're looking on those plans, it shows where trees are
Yes.
on those plans? So
Yes.
it's just, they should be able to identify what's going to be outside of the sort of area for removal.
Correct. My comment's really to the fact that, when the inspector's there, for example, on this foundation, they might have a half an hour to 45 minutes to do the foundation inspection and look at setbacks. We might have to add another 15 or 20 minutes for them to walk those trees to make sure that they were protected, to walk all the property lines to make sure that if fencing were to be required, that those were there. And that's simply where my comment is. I'm not opposed to the idea of providing that kind of protection or clarification.
And an additional question is, the inspector missed that this was 400 feet off from any comment on that, how that
So we did interview the inspector, and what happens is, as I just described, they rely upon the representative on site. So when the inspector went there, they said yes, they realized it wasn't at the original location, but he was persuaded that it was within the setback areas, and so that it was okay in its current location, and that's why he gave the approval to continue with pouring concrete, but to please head up and get the paperwork corrected up at the office, and that's when we figured out this was not in an area that we would accept, and that's when we further proceeded with the stop work orders. So we did talk to the inspector and have further coached and counseled him on making sure that we're building things in the area in which they are approved, and even if a setback is outlined, that they need to find further clarification about if they're allowed to move around and that flexibility within the setback. But with that added, I just want to share with you that this is the third home project in this general area that I'm dealing with today, where people have proceeded beyond their approvals, have done work without permits, have done damage to our environment. And this is something that I'm becoming very concerned as the chief building official for the county about, this kind of idea that we shouldn't be coming and asking questions and just proceeding.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I completely understood what you were saying, Tim. Is that you're being questioned for asking about deviations from the plan?
No, I'm saying that today this is the third site that I'm dealing with where somebody has proceeded beyond approval.
Now, that's unfortunate.
It is, and I'm concerned about that.
Is it blatant or is it a miscommunication?
The one my supervising inspector came back from today was blatant. The engineer knew what they had to do, the owner knew what they had to do, and they didn't want to wait. It was a 9,000 square foot home, beautiful home, being built on the lake. They decided to pour the entire foundation, including a cave and a lot of other things, without any county approval.
Do you, besides doing a stop order, is there anything else you can do to, make people aware that they cannot do this without?
I have the authority to have them remove all the work without approval. So they certainly have that liability out there to remove it all and then reconstruct it in a fashion in which county staff can review it as we're required by the state.
From my standpoint, I would hope that you drop the hammer on them, because that needs to get out to people that they need to follow the approved plans.
Agreed.
Oh, thank you.
Just a question.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to badger you when you get up to the front. I don't see this problem being very prevalent in the area that I live up at the lake, because we have other agencies double looking over your shoulder all the time. And maybe that's an issue here, that it has to be called out more clearly, so that when you walk on the site, it's picture perfect clear exactly where the property lines are, and exactly where the house is going to be going, and what the setbacks are, and are they properly spoken to. Because a guy walking up on a site is pretty hard to get yourself oriented in 2 minutes to something that another guy's been working on for months, and so he's at a disadvantage. But I think we should try to encourage whoever to start requiring a little bit more information on the plans. If like you say, you've got 2 or 3 of these all at one time now, which would indicate that you're not getting enough information on the plans or on the site when you get there to work with or to discern what's going on. And that's unfair to the inspector too, because he's there, they expect to get started. They got a concrete truck sitting down there with the engine running, ready to unload 10 yards of concrete, and they want to get going. They don't want some inspector to stop them. Well, they should have done their homework ahead of time and had everything ready and not put him in that position. And I'm sympathetic to the inspector too, because he's not familiar with the site, and the builder, contractor, whoever he is, has been working for 2 years to get to where he is now, and he should be better trained by the county to do the right thing, so that when the inspector goes out there, it's easily discernible what he's done and what he's proposing to do. So we don't have this situation. I mean, you look at this aerial photograph, it looked like, if he's got a 5-acre lot, he's used 12.5 acres to just get to the top of the site. He should have just thought about that when they designed the house and put something on there that was compatible to the site, and not spilled over onto everybody's neighbor. And that's not the inspector's fault. I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying that I think we need to be certain that when you approve a plan, that it's something that you can understand, and when you get there, it's discernible as to what's taking place, because this is really a real bad situation. And if you've got a proliferation of them right now, that's even worse yet. If it means that something's not getting done right somewhere. And I just think that it's unfair to ask the inspectors to try to read somebody's mind when they get out there. What's your intention? What are you going to do here? It should be spelled out. And I for one think that putting up some minimal fencing on the property line, especially on these long, narrow pie-shaped lots and stuff like that, should be a requirement. I mean, it's not a big expense. I mean, you can put up stuff that makes it, but they like the convenience of being able to spill over with equipment and stuff to when they're working there. I know all about that. So at any rate, I guess maybe between you and us, we can come up with some middle ground here that'll make your job a little easier and avoid having this happen again, because this is pretty flagrant. This particular application is all over the place.
So if I can, Commissioner Stevenson, I appreciate your comments. I would have to say I'm in 100% agreement on most of those. It's a complicated matter, and it really comes down to that we as a county are trying to facilitate construction as well. And so I do want my folks to be as flexible as they possibly can to try to use their knowledge, skill, and abilities to make the best decisions that they can when they're in the field. We try to hire qualified staff that can make these determinations. But I agree with you, this seems to be a growing concern. And we do see the challenge today that comes with the cost of housing. And so I'm protective of that because I don't want to also drive up unnecessarily the cost of every house because now you have to have a $10,000 survey because you weren't exactly sure where your boundaries were. And so, you know, it's just managing risk and trying to understand when the point in time is for us to implement different provisions because of what our land is looking like now. And just my experience today, as I mentioned with the number that I've dealt with today, I'm coming to those conclusions pretty quickly.
Well, as we move through time and we start finishing off subdivisions that have been started years ago and doing infill, you find more and more infractions probably that were done 20 years ago or 10 years ago, and you're trying to make sure you don't do it again, and it's very difficult. You know, it's a tough job.
Well, as the one over co-compliance as well, I happen to manage co-compliance as well, and I can tell you there are a number of cases that before the team now where it's exactly that. They've built structures over property lines, whether it be garages or decks, or I happen to have one now, they built an entire addition that's attached to the house over the property line. And these are confusing, complex matters. It creates turmoil in the neighborhood, and we've got to try to guard a little bit better about this.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Before you, I know on a commercial building project, the builder has to get a letter from his engineer that says the building is where it was represented to be.
Yes.
Is that not the same on a residential
It's
project?
not, no.
That might simplify life. I mean, to me, it is beyond what a building inspector should be trained to do. Because at some point, you're still relying on somebody else's information that this is the property line, so see, now I pull my tape and we're good.
All right.
At some point, it's still him making a field decision of, okay, I buy that, or okay, I don't. And it, to me, would just simplify things very much if we put that responsibility on a licensed professional that actually takes some liability for making the decision.
Yep.
As opposed to an on-site building inspector who's out there more to look at rebar placement, footing depth, and more specific things related to the activity at hand.
Right.
I would think, well, we have to put up fencing at the lake where I live because of TRPA and other things.
Correct.
We have less of the problem than you probably do down here, where it's a little more casual about that, and you don't have some big brother looking over your shoulder.
Well, as well up in the Tahoe region, in particular in TRPA areas, we do site assessments. So planning will go out and do a site assessment before the project to understand,
Right, yeah.
and we don't get that latitude here just simply because we don't have all that regulatory oversight. And then I'll be honest with you, the code gives discretion. And gives, not discretion, direction to my staff that we cannot approve a violation. So even if my inspector goes out there and relies upon a contractor or another representative that that's the property line, we make our measurements off of something that somebody else has established, and all that basis is off of the wrong establishment of a line, well, we can't approve a violation, and so it does look like we've done that now. But the code gives us clear guidance that we're not responsible for that and we can't perpetuate that. So we would stop the violation, go back to the person that cleared that, told us where that line was, and explain now that the boundary is not where they thought the boundary was and they've got their foundation in the wrong place. But that would burden the planning commission because then you get variances and minor boundary line adjustments and all these things that come forward as a remedy and solution to these concepts. So I hear what you're saying today. I really appreciate the discussion, and I like some of the ideas that have come up about how we can try to shift this and get things back on track.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, I guess we better get back to the business at hand here.
Boy, well, that was fun for a while.
Now that we've digressed a little bit.
An important discussion. Hope staff noted it. I think it's a growing problem.
On that note, do we have a motion?
Prior to making a motion, I would make the same suggestion as I did on the last item about adding language to condition number 5.
The same language.
Yes, I can state that in the record, I guess, if we need to for this item, council.
I would say we wait till a motion comes, and then if a motion comes, then put it in.
Perfect.
Can't hear what they're saying.
They're gonna add
Okay.
your motion
Go
after
for
you
it.
make it.
We're gonna do what now?
We're gonna make a motion?
Yep, he's ready.
I'm gonna add something to number 5.
Yeah, we'll get some direction
get to
from
that
legal
second
counsel
one.
here.
The recommendation number 2 would be subject to the recommended conditions of approval, including a modified condition number 5, and then we would read in that modification if the motion.
Maybe you could state that and then he can just say so moved.
Well, we gotta do number 1.
Let's get number 1
Oh,
first here,
that's
yeah.
Okay, recommend that we find the project candidate work with exempt from environmental review pursuant to provisions of sections 15303A of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines and section 183650A of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance, Class 3, new construction of accessory structures.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
I have a first by Mr. Johnson, a second by Mr. Herzog. So a vote from Mr. Herzog, please.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Nader,
Yes.
Mr. Sevison,
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, approve the subdivision modification, PLN 1900154 of sub 385, condition number 71D to allow for a slab foundation for a new single-family residence on lot 25, including the modified condition number 5.
And the recommendation would be subject to the conditions of approval included in the staff report.
Oh, condition to the staff report.
And then I'll read into the record, condition number 5, last sentence to be modified. Grading permit shall be approved, new language, and final inspection shall occur, and new language prior to the issuance of any building permit.
Okay.
You still have
That's
that
part of my
motion?
review.
Okay, we have a second.
Second.
Motion and 2 seconds?
Yeah, I have a motion by Mr. Johnson, and I'll take a second from Mr. Sevison this time. So a vote from Mr. Herzog.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Nader.
Yes.
Mr. Sevison.
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, for $619 within 10.
Oh, just a minute.
He's got 3 to
Oh,
do.
we got 3, one more,
I'll give you
okay.
number 3.
Sorry.
Okay, approve a variance to allow for a 6-foot high wall with 8-foot high pilasters within the front setback on lot 25.
Second.
Motion and a second.
I have a first by Mr. Johnson, a second by Mr. Sevison. So a vote from Mr. Herzog, please.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Nader.
Yes.
Mr. Sevison.
Yes.
Mr. Moss.
Yes.
Thank you.
And on that note, for $619, anybody wishing to appeal this to the Board of Supervisors may do so within 10 calendar days. And that, thank you for coming out and participating, and meeting adjourned.